Hey guys, welcome to the stream. How's it going? How y'all doing? Had a little bit of a hitch starting the stream because, well, you know that feeling when you're doing something, you're doing this exact same thing you were doing yesterday on your computer and the exact same thing you were doing the day before yesterday on your computer, and yet everything is broken. You know that feeling? And then you retrace your steps and you think, I haven't changed a single thing. Nothing. Everything is the same, but this stupid app suddenly got broken. It's not working anymore. Yeah, I tried turning it on and off. I tried restarting the PC and all that. None of it worked. Until I started retracing my steps. And I realized, hey, I did change something, but it was small. It couldn't be that. It couldn't be that. I did this little change where these orcs never have to stop warming their hands by the fire. And of course, I never want Logan to stop breathing there and the vines to keep moving. And there's like little video files everywhere in my streaming setup. And I just wanted all of them to always keep going on, so that when I look at a preview of it, it's running. So as it turns out, I had stopped 10 video files from stopping. I had stopped 10 video files from stopping, aka I gave 10 video files the order to keep playing themselves in the background even when they were not visible. So my OBS was busy running 10 videos all the time, whatever else was happening. It couldn't be that. Tried turning them off and that worked. So I did change something and that was it. I wish I could just say it was Windows Update. Good thing we have more than 1 hour memory. So, guys, what is Blizzard doing? What the hell is Blizzard doing with patch 1.33? What are they doing? They just said in the previous video that they were done. But there is some cool new stuff. We have discovered that there are icons recently uploaded that very closely resemble the original icons that we had in Reign of Chaos. For Reforged, everything got new portraits. And for Reforged Classic, did not get improved. Everything was reimagined. So a peon would look like this, and then for Reforged, some lid would look like that. He's more hunchbacked, he's more sad, he's more... There were a lot of changes. And a lot of that is artistic differences, artistic license. And I guess the big question is it nostalgia, or is it something else, quality, that makes us like the original more? Is it pure nostalgia? Many say that's the case. People like me, many other Warcraft 3 players, it's nostalgia that makes us look at the old portraits and keep thinking that they are better than the new ones. But sometimes, what if it really was quality? What if nostalgia was real, but there was also really a greater level of quality and cohesion to older icons and portraits than to the new ones? How would you be able to eliminate the nostalgia element? Well, that would need some, I guess, non-Warcraft 3 players to look at everything side by side and say, which one do you think are better? And we have that. Recently, some kind of data mining, some kind of sleuths in the Warcraft 3 scene, they have discovered that there were recently new icons uploaded that I think look freaking good, and I want us all to see it. And we have 2 videos to look at from Witty, where he goes over some of the stuff, and I want to see what he thinks about it, and we will see what we think about it. Now, pretty cool, Witty, he plays a lot of custom games. I play a lot of melee games, and we've both done the other as well. We talked a little bit recently, and we think, hey, maybe we should do something together. So we'll probably do a collaboration soon. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I like watching Witty's content, We can do some team games. We can do some custom games. If you have an idea for what we should be playing together, let me know or let us know as well. And we'll try to plan that sometime soon. But for now, let's jump into it and see what the hell is going on with Warcraft 3 PTR patch 1.33.
Hello. Remember when I thought that Blizzard were basically done and ready to push the patch and move on? Well, they may not just be done yet. There is hope. Always hope. Always.
All right. Just take out that snake of copium outside of your mouth, Witty. Come on.
Always hope. So, here we have the patch notes that we had a while ago. Just letting us know that we're getting zoom and the changes that have been made, stats functionality, supposed fixes, but remember things are still kind of not working properly on the PTR. And we're worried that they're just going to basically say, okay guys, good enough. We're ready. Patch implemented.
It seems like they're doing that.
We need to keep stopping them. We need to keep distracting them from pressing that big button that says push the patch. And there is a...
This is what it has gotten to, because Blizzard isn't talking to us, right? So they've got all these people that are offering free consulting, you know, free consulting, free advice, free help, just compiling lists for them. They're banning people from their forums when they're making big bug lists, because you're only supposed to put one bug per post. So then you have to make 26 posts instead of one post with 26 bugs. My theory is that they banned the guy that gave them all the bug breakdown just because they wanted to save face, but they actually made a copy of it, and they're working hard on it right now. Soon, all 26 bugs will be fixed, and they're secretly very grateful, but they're just not able to say so publicly.
To stop here. So today's the 16th, just recording this at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. PTR update from July the 15th, so this was yesterday. Kaivax says, in about 15 minutes at 10:30 AM PDT, we're going to deploy hotfixes to the PTR that should address the following. Fixed an issue where the terrain palette would crash the editor in both SD and HD modes. Fixed an issue where the file aliases, I can't say that word, had incorrect file paths for some textures. Thank you very much for your testing and feedback. So we need to keep them distracted. We need to keep them...
It's like Blizzard is like a destructive puppy, right? They're pretty cute, and generally you like looking at their stuff a lot, but they're so easily distracted, ADD and all that, destructive when left alone. They took a pee on the carpet. Oh, they just ate your wallpaper. Let's keep distracting them with a nice little whistle and bell to make sure that we can train them to do the right thing.
Because there's more to do. There's more to do. But just to let you guys know, remember that big hyper thread that we had that was telling us everything that kind of needs to be done for Warcraft 3?
Yep.
Obviously, some of it's a bit, you know, nitpicky, but there are some genuine concerns here. And I'm going to actually post...
You know, just a point of the nitpicky stuff, because I feel this a lot in my own life. Like, I'm kind of a nitpicker sometimes as well, but I feel like there's a real need for people like me and people like this and certain people. Nitpickiness is good so long as you can filter it away and prioritize out of it. Either the nitpicker can learn to prioritize and present it as such, or the person who consumes the feedback can prioritize among it and say, this is important, this is not important. But every operation needs a combination of different expertises. Some nitpickers, some prioritizers. And so I have in the past many times given feedback to game developers or other people about things that I am having an expertise about. And the last thing that I usually want to do is to shield their emotions from being too nitpicky, being too complete with my feedback, being too complete. And we're not talking about like little jabs to insult them, but just purely the fact of the matter. If you have to be like, oh, I'm not going to say this one because maybe they'll be too sensitive. Like, there has to be some kind of shield to present that to the persons that need to fix it. And usually that's called community manager. But sadly, Blizzard cannot afford a community manager right now for Warcraft 3. So maybe that's why they banned this guy and deleted his post.
Post some stuff onto the forums as well, because I made some documents, or rather some pictures, to illustrate to Blizzard that the font isn't correct and what I wouldn't mind done with the zoom. So a few things here and there. Not to mention the menu. If you're playing as Orc, is the human menu for some reason. Little things like that just ain't right, as well as the music not being correct. So we still got things that need to be fixed. But as you can see, in this thread, terrain palette, this was one of the highest priorities that needed to be addressed, because for custom game creators, this can cause a lot of issues and maybe make their map not even work at all, which could, have a big catastrophic effect where, people actually can't make their maps work. And these are maps that they've been working on for ages, and it's not just like, one guy. There's a ton of people that this will affect, and it's very important to get this right, because...
So it looks like from the first post that they did actually maybe touch upon that. So I'll wait to hear from the map-making experts to see if that's going to be enough. But if this was a high priority, then, yeah, if they fix that, that would at least be nice.
It means that they can go ahead and continue creating content for Warcraft 3, which helps it stay alive. So here's another one. That's the file aliases, maybe. A collection of texture and model-related issues. So these are two very specific issues out of very many, but there's still two issues that are being addressed. Oh, well done there. Aliases. Okay, thank you very much. I knew it. I knew it all along. I just wasn't saying correctly at all. Here we go. So we're getting some fixes. There's still plenty more to be done. So if you have any concerns, try to make sure that you address it with a very clear indication as to what is the issue. PTR.
Blizzard, please read my post. It is in my best interest that you read my post and fix it.
A bug, or PTR the game version, and then what is broken. That makes it as clear as possible for Blizzard to address the issue. And remember, they kind of want it in single issues now rather than one hyper thread that shows them everything. So it shows that they're working on it. I mean, this is more than we've got in the past. So, I feel like at least it shows that these are big concerns for the community. And good work, by the way, to all the community members, sort of like retweeting Hive Workshop's posts and other content creators.
Yeah, we're doing what we can,
like Grubby's tried to reach out to Holly, I think her name is, as well as Back to Warcraft, tried to reach out to her.
Call me.
They've done some good work by trying to get her on board. Now, I had my concerns with her because she worked on TBC Classic, and TBC Classic came out with...
Oh, shit. I don't know her track record or whether she's done... I'm sure she... I think... You know what? I think she's great.
The monetization stuff, which they knew wasn't in the original game, and it was a bit of a scummy move, so I was a bit worried what they're going to do.
Oh, no.
Whether she's even going to be involved with Warcraft 3, but I think she's at least a bit more willing to be on board to help out than we've had with previous community members. So at least that's a good sign. So keep that up. If there's any posts that are made from these content creators that want to address certain issues,
it's better than not having anyone.
What's her name? Windstalker, I think it is. Then make sure to sort of retweet those and like those tweets, because I think...
look at this. This is an average community member piping in right now. Incinerator. She is great, really great. Warcraft 3 community all agrees. Holly is the best. Yeah, I agree with that. How about you guys? I think she's been doing a great job, and she'll be very welcomed here as we... Yeah, you agree, Red Factor? Back to Warcraft agrees as well. Yeah, I think she'll be very welcomed if she starts a dialogue with us. It's very easy just to forget the last couple of years because we didn't have anyone. But like now that we have someone that is actually actively helping with the game, we're super grateful and happy. And we wouldn't make things difficult at all.
I think she might be
and she's amazing.
Potentially, or at least the team might be. I can't give her all the credit because I genuinely don't know. But it is good to see that, they actually did pay attention, which is really unusual.
It's surprising.
It's very unusual when you actually see them sort of take on board what you're saying.
Yeah, so I imagine it like this, right? Blizzard right now is like an undiscovered, unconfirmed alien race. We have sent out Bob Marley tapes on satellites, and we've shot them into the earth. We've shot them out of the earth into the atmosphere out of the atmosphere into space. We're sending like Rubik's cubes. We're sending mathematical equations. We're sending like little lizards. We're sending all kinds of stuff out there in space. And we never hear anything back. And yet, because of the multiverse theory and whatnot, like we're pretty sure there's life out there. And Blizzard is somewhere out there. We don't know this, but it is true. They're somewhere out there. And then suddenly, they acknowledge one of these things. They're like, nice music. And we're like, what? Like, they didn't find the lizard, but they found the Bob Marley tape. They're like, nice music. We're like, oh my God, some of our feedback actually gets heard? We've been in the dark for so long. Earth is petering out its final lifespan. And here we are. And they're like, nice music? Save us! Teach us intergalactic travel faster than light. And then it's like quiet again for another 10,000 years, which for them, that's not long at all. Like, this is Blizzard being on top of communications and being on top of... But for us, that's a lifetime. Like, there may not be an Earth as we know it anymore. Anyway, nice music. Let's go on. They fixed one or two things. That's amazing. 24 left on the map.
Even if it's a little bit, that's a lot somehow.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's the stage we got to. So keep up the good work. There's more to be done. We need to try to hold this patch for as long as possible. Hold the door. Hold this patch as long as you can. And the other topic I wanted to go over... Oh, there's a reason why I might not be able to chat with Holly myself, is because I created... this many years ago.
I remember this one!
Not many years ago. When was this?
Don't show it again.
2021. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
This is when they did the
This was so good.
World of Warcraft Q&A. And for some weird reason, because I'm weird, I kind of got debated by the chat. I'm blaming the chat, but really it was kind of both of our faults. Into noticing that when they were talking, they were lip smacking a lot. So I made a compilation of all of the noises, and Holly features in this a lot. So it's best that she never knows that this video exists.
Okay, this is going to be the second media of Holly that I'll ever be consuming. The first one was some interview I looked up because I was wondering, all right, who is Holly? Who is the Windstalker? And we know she's great and she does a great job, and we're looking forward to dialogue with her. But this is going to be the... I mean, actually, I've seen this before, so this was the first time I perceived of her, and now we're going to see it again.
Exists. And if she does, then I probably can't communicate with her ever because she's just going to ban me. So
I want to say in advance here, Holly, I strongly reject everything shown in this video. Just because I'm watching it don't mean I'm endorsing it. I think this was tasteless, and yeah, I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I'll let you look that one up for yourselves if you wish to do so. The WoW Q&A lip smacking compilation.
No. We gotta watch it now. We gotta watch it now. I mean, he's not gonna play it now apparently. Q&A, lip smacking, witty. There we go.
Quite disgusting, but.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World of Warcraft Q&A panel at
She's
BlizzCon Live. Team lead producer Holly Longdale. Want to know more about this?
Wow, pose and on
Those any in there?
that was the lands who are carrying.
Tell me when it's enough, chat.
Or
You variants anyway.
the ring.
With a question from Bull
About it.
author played.
It's enough. I hate this too.
But at least it's only disgusting for 1 minute and 21 seconds. And it said it's took me 4 hours to make. What the hell was wrong with me? Yes, basically. The other topic I wanted to go over, that was all on me. That's not me. That was basically you guys. And me.
People have dry mouths at Blizzard. That's why they had to steal the breast milk out of the employee fridges. Is that something that actually happened? Incinerator.
Right. You remember
What is this? The boys?
these?
Oh no! Don't say yes, chat. Oh no! It's in the lawsuit. Oh.
These are awesome. So what you have are the original. Now, the originals are all 64 by 64.
Okay, this looks really freaking good. These are the originals. These are the classic. Do we call them classic HD, or like improved classic, or these are the newly resurfaced ones that we were talking about in the start of the video. And the bottom line is the Reforged. Now, let's say, if I'm looking at it, let's say Classic Plus. Let's say Classic Plus. The bottom ones, let's say, if I was playing a new game and I judged the portraits in the bottom, would they be good? Are they artistically good? Are they interesting? Are they dynamic? And I would say, not bad. I would say it's pretty good, actually. Let's try to actually look at them and forgetting everything else that we know. Here's a spider creature. There are lots of eyes. There are nice lighting effects on the eyebrows here of the eyes of the spider. There's like cute little teeth. It's like cute, but it's deadly as well. There's not as much contrast, but I mean, it's a creature, right? It's supposed to be more dark and camoed rather than having bright colors that warn you of its intent. Like, this is not a poisonous frog, right? A toxic frog. This is a venomous spider, no doubt. So I think that looks pretty cool. This Headhunter is pretty cool. Again, it's dynamic, you know, the side profile, got some exaggerated features. I think it looks all right. Looks pretty all right. He's evil. His nose is a little long, but, you know, we don't know in this mystery game what creatures look like to me. This is a pretty cool looking general, you know, beast reptile kind of thing. He looks evil, different direction. This is, I mean, she's like a little too cute maybe, like a bit too young, but maybe that's how they look like. Overall, like quite realistic. I think this part in particular looks quite realistic, like the way that the cheek gets pressed away from the helmet inwards and then creates like a fold here of the skin. And night elves don't age. They can get like 10,000s of years old. Obviously, the eyebrow is weird, but that's literally how elves are also depicted in WoW. And this is a pretty cool looking dwarf. He's got kind of like absent eyes, if you will. He's supposed to be like... he actually should have pretty good eyes, but he kind of looks like he has faded eyes. I don't know exactly what's going on there. I think the eyes don't look too strong. But overall, like, I think these 5 pictures are pretty damn cool, all of them. And obviously way more realistic than the top ones. Now, pure nostalgia speaking for me, I love these 5. They are precious to me. They are nostalgic. They are very small. And you can see that these are also like actually bigger resolution, right? But these Classic Plus ones, they truly deliver on keeping the exact same silhouette and art style and, yeah, just the fidelity to how they were once depicted. And so for that, I personally love these Classic Plus ones the most. These are new. Like, we haven't seen these. Like, 6 months ago, they weren't there. They were newly uploaded. I don't know if Blizzard is actually planning a Classic Plus release or if this is purely just work for the profiles, something to do with the classic profiles, like classic. I saw someone had a theory in my Discord, said that this could be like just for the linked profiles. Remember when Reforged was new and they said link account in Warcraft 3? And you could link it and then supposedly it would carry over your wins and losses from classic Reign of Chaos and Frozen Throne straight into your Reforged account. And then actually it didn't do anything and we haven't perceived anything since then. Maybe that's all we're getting, because it just so happens that all of these are reward portraits for a certain amount of wins with a certain amount of races. We're not seeing a new portrait for icons that aren't reward based. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's all it is. But let's see what Witty is saying about it as well.
These are 256 by 256, and we got 5 of them. They were hidden in the game files, right? These are the sort of true Reforged. I'm going to call them true Reforged.
Well,
essentially,
so Blizzard always said a remaster is a remaster. That's what StarCraft is. And Warcraft is going to be better than. It's not a remaster, it's a Reforged. It's where you take a sword and you break it and then you melt the iron and then you make a new sword out of it and you hammer it and it's going to be reforged, like Isildur's sword. Except they left it as a shard. They left it broken. So it was not reforged. It was actually, according to the name, deforged or unforged or molten. But it isn't a remaster. So like, it wouldn't be right to call these the true reforged, because, you know, there was no breaking of it. It was just improving it.
Classic Plus.
This is more like shaving, how do you call it? Using a whetstone to sharpen the blade.
It takes into account the original look and sharpens it. And in some cases, I think actually makes it look better. Particularly for the Huntress. I would say she really pops there in comparison to the classic Warcraft 3.
Agreed.
I don't think anything will ever be good as the original Naga Myrmidon with that cheeky smile, but hell, that's a really good grin. He's got that grin, but this is just a monstrosity.
Yeah.
That's kind of a grin, but it's like, I don't know. And this Troll Headhunter, I don't know, it feels like it's a different game. It's like...
I do agree with that. Like, there's something old and ugly about this original Troll, and that's just what it is. And this one is like, it's too smooth in some way. I don't know.
The Raid Shadow Legends version of Warcraft 3, basically. All of these. So, news has come out that more of these have been found. And this is with the recent patch, I think. So, there's an indication...
They look so
we
good.
may get more of these, and these look amazing. I don't know whether they've been just...
Well, the druid looks a little funny. Like, he's... The druid looks a little funny. This looks a little bit too thick here, this cheek. But overall, these are all very good replicas of the original. Like, it's like high-quality Reign of Chaos portraits. The dragon whelp is cute. It feels like Pokemon, this dragon. Dragon whelp, and then it's like a dragon whelp hatchling or whatever, level 3. This one's level 6. This is a level 10, and that's a black dragon. And everyone that played Heroes of Might and Magic 3 knows that Black Dragon is the baddest boy on the battlefield. And of course, you know, there's Deathwing. This Footman has cute eyes, like where he's staring to the side. Grunt's jaw looks a little plastic to me. And I think the same can be said a little bit for the Farseer, but Farseer still looks cool. I think the Grunt's jaw looks just a bit too smooth, but like nearly everything else is right on the money. There's like a level of detail to the Archmage's eyes that cannot be seen in the original classic graphics icons. Dreadlord, he's got that cute blood-drinking smile, that little grin, the smirk. Abomination is back to being proper ugly. And the Ghoul keeps his tongue in his damn mouth, unlike the reforged Ghoul, and that looks more right. And it's the original way of depicting him.
AI edited, so AI has taken the original models or the icons and sharpened them up, or someone actually worked on them.
I think
themselves.
someone worked on them.
But more of these are emerging, and they look great. Some of them do look a bit derpy. I'm looking at you, Malfurion. That is probably the worst one. Actually, probably looks worse than the original.
I actually have an overview here from my Discord. Someone put them all side by side so you can see them and compare them. So, original Archer, Classic Plus, and then the Reforged Archer all the way at the bottom, who is just like too cute, you know. They made her like... They're all... We know that the art was outsourced to a Malaysian studio, and it just feels like it follows those Asian beauty standards of like cute puffy cheeks and a small chin. And like the point is, in the original, she didn't even have a chin. It didn't fit on the picture. And then here's the original Druid of the Claw, and then below is the classic Druid of the Claw. And you can see that actually, yeah, even the original Druid, he had like big puffy cheeks, maybe because like supposedly he can turn into a panther or a bear, and that's like how that looks like. I don't know. And then the new one is just actually the bottom Druid of the Claw here just looks like a Blizzard dev. like he looks too much like a human, someone that plays in a rock band and also does development. Yeah, the Archer makeup is all different. I mean, yeah, I guess the original Archer makeup is a bit strange, that green thing. But if an Archer was going to have makeup, it would be green, right? Like, so they take, like, tree sap or something. So it's at least on brand. And then let's look at the Footman. I had no idea that in the original classic Footman, he was also looking to the side. You see this? He was already paranoid. I could only see it in the new and improved one. But it's still there. And look what they did to my boy. They massacred him. Peon, peon, peon. Even just the point of like making the peon face the other side. It feels like it has no loyalty to the past. No, Like, why two peons look to the right and then he suddenly looks to the left? That might be me just nitpicking. But overall, I am very big fan of the classic graphics. I love this Archmage so much more than the new one. Look at that. This is just a regular mage, dude. This is the freaking Archmage, dude. The new Dreadlord is pretty sick. But it's, I don't know, it still doesn't feel right. And I have another picture. Storm Knight showed this to us. Here we go. There's a couple more. We see some dragon comparisons here in the bottom. Classic Plus, Reforged. Classic Plus Lich, Reforged Lich. Classic Plus Dreadlord, new Dreadlord. The Dragon Whelp here. I find the 4 dragons here that were Classic Plus much more easily able to be distinguished from one another. They have clearer colors and contrast than these 4. I'm not gonna lie, these 3 look exactly the same to me. These 3 dragons. They have 3 different colors. There's teal-ish gray, red-ish, and black and silver-ish. And they all look like the same to me. Zoom in. And then the exaggerated cartoonish colors of the top makes each one feel very different. And look at the Ghoul. If this Ghoul is gonna bite someone with his tongue hanging out, he's gonna bite his own tongue off. So he will only make that mistake once. The original one also has a long tongue. But they're in a biting pose, so it doesn't make sense that the tongue is coming out, to me. Back to the video.
But they're so clear to what the original Warcraft 3 is. They really do hold true. My favourite one is actually the Farseer. I think this little snarl, the sort of lighting on his eyes, the beard, it's so much clearer. The clarity is fantastic.
I like the Lich.
So we have some comparisons
The
created by
peon.
Storm Knight, which compares these new ones that we
Priestess.
got to original classic and reforged. So soak this in for a moment. They look absolutely fantastic. And that Lich one, wow, that's some high work art that is right there. So here we have
And he's got them too.
the new models that we've seen, essentially the new ones that have been released. So we'll call them Classic Plus just for now, I guess, or True Reforged. Just call them Classic Plus, whatever. And that's Reforged.
They don't have a name.
Classic Plus, Reforged. Classic Plus, Reforged. The only thing I kind of liked about Reforged was how badass they made the dragons look. They have these big meaty jaws and they do look really strong. But otherwise, really not a massive fan.
Opinions
I mean,
vary.
there's not really much of a similarity, right? The grunts facing the wrong way. The looks are completely different, I think. Some of them are kind of keeping some similarities, but it's not.
The grunt is facing the wrong way. You know that's literally not true, right? Like, it doesn't matter which way you're facing, but I feel the same thing. Like, almost everything looks the same way, see? Even when they made the reforged icons, they generally had them be attempted to look the same way. Footman, Knight, Archmage, Medivh, like Rifleman, Huntress, Myrmidon, Fiend. It generally checks out, but the grunt and the peon face the other way. Why? It just feels sloppy. It's not that it's technically wrong, you just know they missed that. You know based on the evidence of all the other pictures that it was a mistake, those two. So yeah, then it turns out they are facing the wrong way.
Not truly what. I mean, they just look so. Look at this knight. He just looks so tired here. Those
Yeah.
reforged models are sort of this almost claymation look where
Yep.
they just kind of look grizzled.
Yep, the knight and the rifle, they look too, I don't know, like they've been smoking all day and you can barely see them through the smoke. Like they're like tired and wasted. And
Beyond belief. And I never really got behind that because I felt like it gave an overly realistic view.
Less
If the
intense.
realistic view was the character had been living in a bin for 5 months with barely a scrap of food,
See?
maybe baked beans and potentially some Dr. Pepper. It's overly gritty to just, it doesn't hold what the Warcraft 3 really felt like to me personally, as someone who's played it for 20 years. So I just love how good these look. And if there's more, then bring them on. That's what I say. I would absolutely, hands down, without a shadow of a doubt, use these over those Reforged.
Same.
Any day of the week.
Same.
So we have the 64 by 64. So this is nice. The only downside is we don't quite get the clarity because it's 64 by 64. The resolution is obviously lower. But it does clearly show the original, the Classic Plus.
I don't know what they're
and the
planning with
Reforged.
these Planosphere.
So you can see them as they are and what they became. And you can clearly see that the Classic and the Classic Plus are so similar. That's why I wondered if it's AI generated or not. Because it's basically the same picture,
can't be.
but just really sharpened up with beautiful clarity. It actually holds true to what it was supposed to be. I don't know what trip, and I'm pretty sure it's Brian.
Look at what they did to the Abomination. It's like he wore bracers for like 7 years. Well, you can't go meet your new family looking like this. Wear some braces until you're my pretty boy. Oh, look at him now. He's so handsome. We wouldn't want an Abomination with 5 arms and 2 schlongs and 3 legs to ever have bad-looking teeth. Let's fix that up so that we can gain worldwide appreciation and acceptance.
Brian Souse's fault. I say this every time. If it's not, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it is your fault. That he was hell-bent on going this weird direction with Reforged and probably managed to convince Pete Steelwheel and everyone else to get on board with it. Where Reforged was just trying to make it way too much more
Did he say Sam?
board with this weird. I apologize, but trip, and I'm pretty sure it's Brian's to what
Brian
this every
Sousa,
time. If it's not, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it's Brian Souse's fault. I say this every time. If it's not, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it is your fault. That he was hell-bent on going this weird.
I think it is maybe Brian. I mean, he was lead artist, and he left right before the game dropped, like before the game got released. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it is Brian Sousa's decision to reforge them in this manner.
Direction with Reforged and probably managed to convince Pete Steelwheel and everyone else to get on board with it. Where Reforged was just trying to make it way too much more like World of Warcraft meets Raid Shadow Legends meet some other horrible, horrendous thing, and we got the result that we got. So I can quite clearly tell you from my perspective as someone that's played Warcraft 3 for so many years that these models are beautiful.
Yep.
So we're getting feedback from Blizzard. We're getting more of these new models be discovered, these icons. So if they can somehow just come back to this, I would be so happy. I don't expect them to sort of change Warcraft 3 original models to look more like this, because that would basically mean developing the game again to a degree.
Well, it's not developing. Like, they will have to do artist work again for the original grunt in the game and design their model correctly, and then also make sure that that model strikes in the exact same way. So the damage point needs to be at the point where the axe connects and when he pulls back and so on. And they can maybe build around the skeleton of the original model. They have those files. But it's not most likely going to be possible without QA. A lot of artist work for a lot of different models. They can most likely not do that just for the melee units, the ones we use in ladder, the creeps and the units, and then just leave, I don't know, how many... I'm trying to think how many assets there actually were that needed to be replaced. I know that the Blizz devs told me that they had embarked on this journey to reforge all the models, and then they realized how bloody many models there actually are in the game. Like, not just the melee and the ones you see in the campaign, but there are so many freaking units. And then they decided to make all the different variations of the Dreadlord. Like, the amount of Dreadlords that get introduced to you in the campaign, Tychondrius and blah blah, and you know all the names, you know, all the different Morganas, to give them all disparate looking looks. And I'm trying to think, Varimatras, how many assets were there actually that needed to be changed? It's in the hundreds for sure, but was it in the thousands? I'm trying to think if it was in the thousands. And it might be, but it's at least like 300 or 600. And so they would have to do every single one to give them a cohesive look of Classic Plus in-game model look, and then make sure that they look right when animated, walking in the right gait, striking at the right speed, and so on.
They'd have to have like a proper full team, as if they were working
There's
on
862 units in the editor.
Reforged without releasing it. Do you see what I mean? They obviously needed to spend another year or two on Reforged, really, before they released it. And then we could have potentially had actual models that look like these icons.
Certainly thousands if you think about all the little buildings. Yeah, you're right. They would have to do everything again. It would take them years again. And can they sell it again? Can they sell millions and millions and millions of copies again of Reforged? Again, just because they released Classic Plus? No, so it's probably not going to happen. But Holly, please do, though. Yeah, thank you.
But the icons are still nice, and I would like the icons if that's what we can get, because you got to grasp at what you can get these days when it comes to Blizzard. So there you have it. Some more news, more hopium. Thanks very much for watching. Have a good one, and just know that they're listening a little bit more than they currently were in the past. So there is hope. There is just a bit.
Okay guys, I'm gonna link to this video and to the next one in the description, so make sure to go over to Witty's channel and subscribe to his channel and all that good stuff. Give likes and comments, because he's done a nice compilation here for us to look at as well. Now, we have a next video here. This one came out...
Thanks. Have a nice day.
This one came out today, where, as planned, July 18th, the PTR is indeed closed. They went ahead and did it. Everything we was trying to say, where it's not ready yet, the editor may get broken if they release as is, and Blizzard said, no, we're done. We'll continue doing internal testing. We don't need any more public testing. Well, it came to pass as was planned. 18 July today. PTR closed. Internal testing continues.
Witty here, real quick video for you. I was just about to play some Elden Ring and just check the Warcraft 3 forums before doing so, and apparently thanks for testing the 1.33 PTR. So Kaivac says, we have now closed the 1.33 test environment for public testing. We will continue our 1.33 testing internally, and we'll let you know when we're ready to patch the live game. Thank you all very much for your testing feedback. So cool. Hopefully they've got on board the information they need. I even spent some time this afternoon to go over the issues that I also had in the game and post those in the relevant threads. So, for example, basically the last bunch of top posts up here are essentially...
Please don't go live.
a response. So, plug-in headphones causes unit responses to stop working. So I have evidence of this happening, where I tapped my microphone and then, the unit responses just stopped working until I shut down the client and brought it back up.
Oh.
We've also got the fact that the insert key isn't rotating the camera card.
Okay, here's what I heard about the insert key. We saw a demonstration of this before. Apparently, at any zoom level, you can only rotate left. You can't rotate right because insert isn't working. Only when you zoom all the way in down to the granular level, when orcs could proverbially slap you on the cheek of your all-observing bird's eye, now not a bird eye, at most a standing pelican, when you're that close, then you can rotate, but not with insert, but still with delete. So at the lowest zoom level, delete takes you to the right. So at this zoom level, delete takes you to the left. And at this zoom level, delete takes you to the right. But there's no way to do it differently at other zoom levels. That's what someone tested and wrote to me in the Discord.
Correctly, only when you were completely zoomed in. We've also got...
is that what they said here as well? The insert key rotates left, delete key rotates right. How it works in 133. Insert key rotation only works if you're super zoomed in. Delete key rotation works like this. If you're zoomed out, delete key tilts left, which is incorrect. If you're zoomed in, delete key works properly. Okay, it's a little different than how it was described, but it's still jank as heck.
Only when you're completely zoomed in. We've also got Zoom needs better integration. So Cam came up with a very good situation here. I basically just said they should essentially do this thing that Warfree Champions.
Yes, exactly. 1650 is baseline. Allow you to fill in a granular number with any kind of points. 1650 is minimum. You can either use the slider and you see the number ticking, or you can fill it in manually. Click to reset to default. Click to lock zoom out to specific. Yeah, exactly. That's what we need. This feature should work at any time during the game. Yes. Slider and the manual type box work to complement each other. One change affects the other. Yes, exactly. That's what we want. That's what we need.
Without actually mentioning Warfree Champions. But this is the proposed suggestion from Cam. So you set your distance, you can reset it, and you can click to lock it, and you slide it, and it accords. So that would be great. The only thing I would like with that one would be to also be able to, whilst inside of the melee game, be it versus or whatnot,
refresh zoom,
type the specified game camera setting and lock it. So type zoom 1900 and then lock it so that you can zoom in and out without it actually
zoom lock.
Affecting the camera distance, but it will still sort of do that zoom in thing that Warcraft 3 does, if you know what I mean, where it sort of hones in underneath and looks deeper into the character, and then you can do that and go back, but still stay at 1900, for example, if that's what I've locked at. We've got the music not working correctly, so put a post up here. Just basically wanted to bump up these posts. So I'm kind of glad I did in a way, is before, maybe they can take this into account when they do the internal testing, is the latest bunch of posts at least. Try
I'm
to
sure
address
they will.
those.
Holly will personally
music's
do it.
definitely not working correctly. We also have the copious amounts of folders in the downloads folder. It's a small thing, but it's if you've ever looked at the Warcraft 3 folder when you're trying to look for a map, there's a lot of folders there, and they definitely do not need to be there. Definitely bloated. And please don't go live. I wanted to reiterate this because some troll was like, "Oh, why haven't you gone live yet?" And it's like, well, because the thing is broken. So maybe don't.
I bet there's someone that thinks that the patch should go live already because it probably has the hidden surprise of the new race, the Naga. And they just want the patch to go live immediately so they can enjoy all the new content.
Go live, so please do not go live. But obviously, they're going to do what they're going to do. And PTR bug, computer drop-down menu. So I showed a demonstration of this. I had a few screenshots and stuff like that I did. So, for example, this is the orc setting, but you've got a human menu, and I tested this. It's the same with Night Elf or any other race. You always have this human setting for some reason.
Wait,
and
in original, it's not like that? Wait, let me check. Because I didn't know this was an issue, but suddenly this issue is very important to me. I know that voice. Is this Orc? Oh, this is Orc. Yeah. Oh, this is very, very important to me. Damn it. I'm so angry now.
Any other race.
Look, this is Orc with human issue, unplayable. Test the insert key too. Well, I am actually in the real game, so it's working properly. There has always been a funny functionality. This is the live game, okay? This is not the PTR. Insert, release, delete. And there is this funny thing, and I feel like it's probably a feature where if you go from insert status to delete, it's faster. See? But that makes sense because from here to here is 90 degrees, from here to here is 90 degrees. But if you want to go from one extreme to the other, you need to be faster because it's 180 degrees. And that's why it spins faster when you first go to the other way. And it seems to even scale up, kind of. Let's see. This is this fast. This is this fast. Yeah, it's like when it goes past the 20-degree angle. Yeah. When I do this past 20 degrees, not immediately, but just at least go 20 degrees shift. And then I go to the right. Then it has the hyper acceleration like that. Which is actually a really good functionality because otherwise it would take too long. That's just one of the quality of life changes that Blizzard added for us way back when. That's the quality that the game freaking shipped with. I appreciate that a lot.
You always have this human setting for some reason. And thing that really bugs me, but it's kind of small, but it's still a thing that bugs me a lot. Font issues in 1.
Maybe this whole Blizzard thing, what they're doing recently, is actually an exercise, like a kind of universal God-bestowed exercise in appreciation. It's like you have a dog, they've always been coddled and spoiled, and then you put them out on the street for 5 days to fend for themselves, like an appreciation exercise. And then when they get home, you're like, see how good you have it with us? Of course, I would never do that with a dog, and nobody ever should. That's cruel, that's horrible. But maybe that's what's happening here. I'm suddenly appreciating the old Warcraft 3 game so much.
1.33. So we have examples here from Kakpa, and just show you that. And then I'll show you the version that I did as well. So that's like before.
What you're describing is abuse? Of course. Of course. And this is just a game, right? But it does feel like when we are sipping on copium with hope for good things, that it's sometimes like abused dog syndrome, yes. It's like, we've seen what they did with Diablo Immortal and WoW and Reforged and HOTS, but it's gonna be great. Like the next patch is gonna be great. And we like to believe.
And after you can see it's like stretched out further. You can see the
that's a nice one-by-one comparison.
Like stretched out further. The top. Before and then after, you can see it's like stretched out further.
Looks bad.
You can see the font on the actual gold resources, all that business at the top there is suddenly weirdly stretched out, and I don't know.
Especially the 10 out of 10 looks good here, and then it looks bad.
All that business at the top there is
here
suddenly weirdly stretched out, and I don't know how they did that. They just need to get the right font. But I made a sort of demonstration of this. So this is what it should be at the top, and that's the first.
Yeah, no, but for real, like, who would look at this and call them equal? Or like say that they're equally good looking. This is good looking, this is proper. I am very font sensitive, I'm not gonna lie. It feels like Witty is too. Some people, they look at font and they think either you can read it or you don't. But there is a kind of beauty in good looking font. I'm very sensitive to it. Maybe in Dutch you call that someone who copulates with ants. Someone who copulates with ants. You would need to be very detail oriented to be able to copulate individual ants. Yeah, like an ant F word. Ant effer. That's a Dutch word for someone that looks at a lot of detail. Yes, like a ant lover, let's say. And maybe to make good looking fonts, you need to love ants.
And that's the PTR. So if you look at the differences, it may not seem like that much, but it is actually standing out a lot to me. And particularly the resources and that lumber, that awkward 150. This also actually affects the health bars. I didn't actually mention that one as well. But the font for the characters, when you show their portrait at the bottom middle of the map, of the interface at the very bottom and then slightly to the left middle. That font's not correct either. So,
isn't there something better to fix than that? Well, of course, there's priority list Rado Artcraft, but that's the exact kind of opinion that leads everything to just get progressively worse. It's like, well, as long as there's one thing more important to fix, let's break something else that doesn't matter a lot.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this up. So we'll see whether Blizzard will continue to actually work on this or whether they'll just bring out the patch.
Isn't there something better to break than that?
We'll keep an eye. Thanks for watching. Just wanted to let you guys know. And if you can, try to make sure that they do the job properly. But, what can you do? I'll see you guys later.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. Well, what do you think? Do you have faith that when 1.33 comes out, the game will work properly and they're not breaking the editor? Do you think they'll have done enough to protect us against the bugs and devastation that could potentially be unleashed on Azeroth? Unleashed? Let loose? Yes, they will do enough. The game will come out, 1.33 will come out, and it will be a net positive. Or, no, some things are improved, but enough will break that we wish they had never brought out 1.33. Let me know your opinion in the comments below. Do you want the real opinion or the meme? I prefer the meme. That's my coping mechanism. Witty says, I'm hopeful that there's still time to implement fixes in future patches, if not this one, as they may well likely bring back custom campaigns back if they did latter. Yeah, there's just enough for us to hope for improvements, for us to not be completely against new content. It's the perfect in-between point, the torture of our hope versus the realism of our skepticism. We're standing in between. We're exactly in between. If we were completely over it, we'd be safe and we'd all be playing Elden Ring. But if we were completely faithful, like we used to be, then we'd be fooled. But we're exactly in between. Wow. I think that some things will break, some things will get better. Oh, please don't compare me to that sad man, Sharpie. Holly, the new intern, will save us and Blizzard from impending doom. I don't think she's an intern. I think she's very senior. When did you start losing faith in Blizzard? Was it reforged? Well, probably in 2016 or so. The culture had started feeling very different. When we went to BlizzCons, things started feeling different sometimes. But it was not enough to be alarm bells. Just didn't feel the same. But really, it's the running up to the Warcraft Reforged release. And it's like, I guess I always had too much faith. Blind faith. And it's good to get off of that. But that's still different from, you know, where we're at now. It's okay. It keeps our lives interesting, doesn't it? I don't think I started watching you until 2020. You were a pandemic find. Haha. Oh! I was wondering if you had kept your faith that long. Well, can I tell you some parts of the good? 2003. I went to a tournament in Korea. I was 17. I was in high school. I went to the Blizzard Worldwide Invitational. It was great. It's when it was still very socially accepted to use supermodels as drawing attention to your hardware products and gaming tournaments. So I get to South Korea first time ever, and like models everywhere, and it's like people taking photos with it. And then there's like the tournament, the Warcraft 3 tournament. I think it was Reign of Chaos. Mad Frog won it. It was really cool. I think I played. Yeah, I must have played, but I don't think I got too far. I lost to a Singaporean player, I think. Alt Ducky. I think it was from Singapore. But it was a great experience. But my all-time favorite memory from it wasn't the supermodels or the Warcraft 3 games. It was sitting in the audience, watching the games, and having this guy sit down next to me who would turn out to become a friend of mine. It was a Blizzard developer, about 6'4" tall. That's like 190. Long hair over his shoulders. Also ended up being part of a Blizzard rock band. He was part of the senior crew of developers that developed Warcraft 3. His name was Chris Siggety, and he had a look of a child in his eyes as he watched the games, mouth slightly agape, just impressed with everything that was happening on the screen. They made this game, but here there are pro players from all over the world, from Sweden, Korea, and Netherlands. They're playing this game, and he thought that people played so well. He was watching it with a childlike fascination and enthusiasm, so down to earth. And he would start talking to me, and we would talk about the games, and he's like, I can't believe how good they are. And we ended up like going out to dinner with him, and he would treat all the players for dinner. Some kind of steak dinner, I believe. That was great. And every tournament since that I met him, he never lost that enthusiasm for the games that they make, for the games that they've made. He was not part of the Reforged team. But there's been so many good people. There's been so many good people working on the game. And so it was easy to have faith in it, because you knew that they're going to make good games and that they're going to make good esports and they're going to treat their players right and they were innovative and so on. Do you know where he went? Did he go to Dreamhaven, Neo? Hope Chris Siggety carries this over to Dreamhaven. I'm assuming you're right then. So he's not at Blizzard anymore, Luckfrat. Hopefully good things come out of Dreamhaven. He's the studio head of Dreamhaven. Well, I just want to say, I don't know what Dreamhaven is going to be up to, what they're going to make, what they're going to create. But I think that means they're in pretty good hands. Want to give a big thanks to the subs during the initial part of the stream where I had sub alerts muted while we were checking the PTR changes and whatnot.
You can bring back old BlizzCon vibes during your grubathon.
What? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Weisbrod. If we end up doing a grubathon, I like that term. Thank you guys. Weisbrod, Ghost Reno 47 with the 51 months, Coconut Cheese with the 44, Case with the 44, Harmony 77 with the 14, AJG with the tier 3 sub 30 months, Zeus 87 with the 15, Tartarus with the 16, and Hovenberg with the 32 months. Thank you so much, guys. Alright, we're against Sheik. Well, let's see, is booster working? Let's restart W3 booster. We're gonna go for a Farsi or Fast-Tech. It's cool, we've seen a couple of new variations of Orcish builds against Undead from Lin. Thank you so much for the sub, appreciate that, Hansalp. Hey Grub, in case you missed it, will you try using hotkeys for the orc shop again? Yeah, when you said that yesterday, I ended up control grouping it. I didn't answer you, Aduar, but I figured you're gonna see it in my control group setup and realized that I did hear you. But my non-verbal communication was lost on you. I was busy sending signals that you kept missing. But yes, that's a good reminder and I will try to do so. I think it's a good habit. Let's see if we remember. Thoughts on Lin Super Fast Tech no barracks against Undead? Well, that's exactly what I'm doing here, right? The thoughts are you get a fast star and chieftain, so it offers some strategical options and it limits some strategical options. Your faster Farseer, Beastry, Totem, what have you, can be a boon, and your lack of headhunters can be a downside as well. So let's see how it's gonna work out. I wonder if he's gonna go like Dreadlord. And then surround me.
We're under attack!
Of course. I see.
I guess he's doing the Ogre Mage. He's not? This one. I think he went for the arachnid. That's insuperable style, isn't it? He could have been hiding here as well and looking to do his natural. Or this.
Outside. We're under attack. Work complete. What do you want? Work complete. Something you're doing? What do you want? Something you're doing? I can do it. Yes. What do you
What kind of attack is this? Who does that?
Something you're doing? Yes. What do you want?
You're not gonna get it.
What do you want? Something you're doing? Yes.
What kind of stupid attack is that? I mean, he did a lot of damage, huh?
Yes. Be happy to.
Seeing is believing.
Something you're doing?
You need my counsel. My eyes
Upgrade. Watch out. We need more gold.
He did like 2 headhunters worth of gold damage. Let's hope that this game goes all the way. Let's hope this game goes all the way to, what's it called? Gold exhaustion. So I'm gonna have like 300 gold more in my gold mine and it's gonna end up winning the game. Hell yeah.
What do you want?
you need my counsel.
We're under attack. We need more gold.
I think it's gonna happen.
Oh, you want
Destiny awaits.
Yes.
My eyes are open. You need my counsel.
What do you want? We need more gold.
My counsel.
We're under attack.
No graveyard yet. So we can cancel his graveyard.
Something you're doing?
I'm suddenly distracted by your t-shirt.
Booba.
We're under attack.
Thanks for the resub, Witty.
We're
The
complete.
great content.
Build more burrows. You want me to?
Destiny awaits. Is believing.
We're under attack.
My eyes are open.
Who you want me to kill?
My eyes are open.
What?
You need my counsel.
Standing ready. We're complete.
Why would he come here with a level 2 DK? That
Our
feels
town is under attack.
ineffective.
We're under attack.
This is stage 2 of his, I think, Orc is harassable plan. I think early game Orc harass is a good strategy plan.
For my ancestors. Research complete. We need more gold.
My eyes are open. Of course. It is land. Look out.
We're under attack.
Lich could come out relatively soon.
What do you want? Yes. Something you're doing? Yes. Our town is under attack. Yes, chieftain. What do you want? Say the word.
Jesus, man. Get your shit together.
We're under attack.
Watch out.
Need something.
My eyes are open.
Need something. Yes, chieftain. Something you're doing? Yes.
He must be doing a request.
Say the word. No problem. Danger for my ancestors. What you want me to do? Who you want me to kill? Attack!
My counsel.
Where you want me go? Where you want me go? Say the word. Who you want me to kill? What you want me to do? We're under attack!
My eyes
Want me to go?
He lost TP, right? Like, I was gonna stop, but I think he became unclickable. Where's my headhunter?
We need more lumber.
We need more gold! We're under attack!
Did my headhunter die? Oh yeah, he coiled it. That's why I could kill his lich. Son of a lich. He found out that I already crept that camp.
Where you want me go? Where you want me go? Watch out. You want me to go? Yes, Chieftain. Come on. My eyes say the word. Watch out. You want me to? Our town is under attack.
It's over.
Come on. Go. We're complete.
GG. Yeah, he thought that orc base is harassable, or at least he wanted to try it. Spoiler, it's not. I see you recommending clicking on buildings to switch aggro from creeps, but isn't clicking on a different unit or the hero as effective as this? Can you explain? Yes, correct. If you retarget to a hero or a unit, it is also effective. However, you are then hitting your unit or hero. And you could take a damage. You could take a hit and damage. Why the base method? It's just better. You're not taking damage. Now, the reason you would click on unit or hero is because they're right there, so you don't need to look away. But if you have the ability to look away to your base, it is superior. There's a second thing. That unit that is low, right? He could be slowed. So if I take a unit that is slowed and low and being targeted, and I want to heal solve it. No, I don't want to early ground. I want to heal solve it, right? I need to make sure it doesn't get attacked again, but slowed units draw superior aggro.
The dams stand ready. No. Wait. Ready to work. No. Hold on. My life for ire.
My life for ire. That's an advanced acolyte line. Something about it. So, if I attack my own Great Hall with a Headhunter that's slowed and low, I can immediately heal solve it, knowing the Headhunter is going all the way back to base and then starts attacking my Great Hall. He's unlikely to kill the Great Hall before I notice, and he will never be retargeted by another creep, so long as there are other units nearby. Can you do a quick summary of when you know you were ahead? Was it when he tried that weird harass you knew you were ahead? Yeah. Although he cost me 300 gold in mining time and repairs, red factor, I knew that he's still level 1 and went all the way across the map and then all the way back home. So I pretty much knew that I was probably gonna win the game from that point onwards. But I was still careful enough not to assume so with any level of certainty, and still kept playing standard and safe. Then when I realized he kept sticking around and Staff have teleported in with a level 2 Death Knight, I thought, okay, this is whack. This is hella whack.
Of course.
And now I knew he was really wasting his time.
We need more lumber.
Thanks for the sub, Tanburst, Defenses, Mikazan, Oi for Sumi.
Do you need my counsel?
We need more numbers.
For Suji.
What you want me
My
go?
eyes are open.
What you want me do?
My eyes are open. Destiny.
Who you want me to?
I don't think this is in the Lin playbook to creep their troll for. But I'm not sure Happy ever let him creep his troll for.
What you want me to do? Who you want me to? For Suji. What you want me do? Of course. Where you want me go? Attack!
You need my counsel. It is destiny.
What? It's time for a little.
You think he's doing it again?
My counsel.
We're under attack! What you want me to do? We need more gold. Research the ring. You want me to kill?
My eyes
Where you want me to go? What you want me to do? What you want me to go? Of course. What you want me to go?
You think he's gonna be in my base?
What you want me to go?
My eyes are watch
That,
out.
yeah, he is here.
Something you doing?
My counsel.
Let's see if he has Nerubian.
You got it. Yes. Okay. What you want me to do? Something you doing? I'll be happy to. Yes. We're under attack.
He does.
My eyes are open.
What you want me to go? What do you want?
My eyes are open.
Bingo.
Destiny.
Who you want me to kill? What? What do you want? Okay, something you doing?
My eyes are open.
We're under
Watch out.
attack. Go.
It is
Who you want me to kill?
my counsel.
What you want me to do?
I tried to put up walls.
Yes.
It was not good enough. Was my peel too late or too stupid?
What you want me to do?
He knew I was gonna deny it.
For Suji.
It's okay.
What? What you want me to go? What you want me to do? Something
It's okay. We got 2 acolytes during his tech.
What you want me to
I think that's even better than what he got. He is level 2.5 DK though.
What you want me to go? You got it, man. Who you want me
I think he lost 1 or 2 acolytes. I'm feeling like maybe it was 2. And he lost at least 4 ghouls.
Yeah. What you want me to do? What you want me to go? Yeah. Upgrade complete. Yes.
But I could have done better in the defense here. If I did a proper wall, don't let DK come in. It's frightfully long how long Farseer remains dead.
What you want me to go? Yeah. What you want me to do? Who you want me to kill? What you want me to go? What? Anything. What you want me to do? What? Work complete. What you want me to do?
Dead good.
Who you want me to kill? What you want me to go?
My eyes are open.
Who you want me to kill? What you want me to do?
Is believing.
Next we'll get some raiders. That's protecting us against the Lich.
What you want me to go? What? What you want me to go? Look out.
It is. Is believing. Destiny.
No second attack upgrade yet.
I see. Watch out. Do you need my counsel? Destiny away. My eyes are open. You need my counsel. Seeing is believing.
We're under attack.
My eyes are open.
Something is doing. What you want me to do? What? What? What you want me to go? What you want me to do? Who you want me to do? What? What you want me to do? Anything you want. Where you want me go? Who you want me to kill? What? Yeah. What you want me do? Where you want me go? It's time for a little blood. You got it. Ready to ride. Who you want me to kill? Say the word. No problem. You need my voice. We're under attack. Seeing is believing. Destiny. Watch out. What is something? My eyes are open. Strike. Watch. I see. Of course. Ready to ride. My eyes are open. Man, ninjas for sure.
I overchased.
My eyes are open. Need something. What you want me to? What you want me to go? My say the word. What you want me to go? Ready to ride. Yeah,
I have to creep with Farseer and TC to get it.
what you want me to go? What you want me to say the word. Upgrade my ride. Need something. Done. For my ancestors, we're complete. Say the word. We're under attack. Yes, Chieftain. Our hero has slain attack something. My eyes are we need more food. We want more. My ancestors, you want me to? Done. Our hero has been slain. We need more gold. We need more gold. Something. We need more gold. Research one great. What? We need more gold. We need more gold. Who you want me to kill? My eyes. Yes, Chieftain.
Didn't get the Ghoul or statue, I think. But I do keep creeping. Wolf. And I have a not dead raider at home.
For my ancestors, what you want me go? Watch out. What you want me do? We're under attack. Need something. What? Say the word. What you want me go? Need something. What you want me to? Who you want me? Yes, Chieftain. My eyes are open. Anything you want. Of course. What you want me to? All the time. Done. Research complete. Say the word. My eyes are open. Our hero has made something. What you want me to? Yes,
TC is dead guy again. Rune braces came too late. One more rebuy.
Where you want me go? Where you want me to?
At least we got a lot of creeps, right?
Say the word. Where you want me to? Ready to ride. Where you want me to go? We need more gold. Our tower.
Oh, he's level 3 now, damn.
My eyes are who you want me to kill. Man. Where you want me to go? My eyes are open. What you want me to? What you want me to? Yeah.
I have to rebuy him again.
More Doomhammer!
was just thinking I'm not gonna upload it because I lost. Oh man. He didn't have TP. Okay, I have no idea what happened there. Looked like you were getting bullied. Overcommit from undead at end. Yeah, let's look at it together. It must be so confusing. Imagine you are an RTS game viewer, like Red Factor. Eager for new experience, like Red Factor. Adept at Age of Empires, like Red Factor. And you start watching Warcraft 3 for the first time, like Red Factor. And you're watching and you're trying to make sense of it and you're combining all the experience you have when it comes to RTSs and kind of understanding that attackers win and defenders lose, and if you're getting if you're constantly losing your second hero in mere seconds from it coming out, it should definitely be over. It must be confusing. How many TC rebuy? 3? Well, I was gonna go for my 4th, yeah, but is that what Purgatory is like? Every time you get killed and then you're forced to get back in there and then you get killed again? TC was going through it. Alright, let's take a look at what this little guy,
forces are under attack.
this big guy, was doing. What was his plan? So he went for a special secret side ops where he gets level 2 from the Sasquatch and the Troll 4. So he took the 2 that normally Orc Blademasters take themselves, and I took his natural and his green camp to also get 2 items. A tome, a claw, and a gauntlet, and he got double slippers. I mean double gloves. He cancels a shop. Let's count total losses, yeah? That's only then will you understand when you look at total losses. A shop cancel cost me 37 gold. Pulling acolytes and losing an acolyte, that's 150 gold. Lost mining time. He loses 2 ghouls, that's 240. So he loses 240 plus 150 is 390. Then once he has full acolytes mining again, now we look at the tally. He's at 9,600 gold. I'm at 9,000. So he lost 600 plus the 400. So he's 1,000 gold behind. What did I lose? A Farseer, a Town Portal. Farseer costs 200 and a bit, like 210 or something to remake. Then there's the TP that you start with, but you could rebuy it, but I never rebuy it, so I could have sold my TP. What's 60% of 350? 210. So let's say 210 times 2, and a Headhunter. 555. Did I lose a Headhunter even? Yeah, I lost 1. That's 555. So he's lost 1,000 and I've lost 555.
A player's forces are under attack.
Then let's look at items. Double gloves and mantle. And I have all this and a tome. 2 tomes in fact. 2 tomes plus 2. So I actually have better items in a way. Then what happens next? He's very late with Slaughterhouse because he used ghouls so extensively and he lost so many ghouls in fights in my base and his base.
Forces are under attack.
Then what happens next? He kills a Headhunter. Kills a second Headhunter. He's now equalized. I've also lost 900 now, not 1,000. But while he came for me, I did creep an item, got pendant, so you can deduct that. Ended up not losing another Headhunter, but he does have to drink a heal pot, that's 150. So he's now 1,150 behind or so.
I'm happy to see progress from Blizzard.
Yeah, me too. Kill bonus, thank you. So he's about 1,150 behind. I found pendant, even though I lost more Headhunters. I'm like 900 or 800. 900 behind or so. So I'm still leading with some gold. Then I keep getting more camps while he's not. That gives me gold too. I lose another headhunter. I lose a raider. Kill nothing yet. Lose my TC. Now when I lose my TC, that's going to cost 425 to remake. Once I remake that TC, I would say that for the most part, we've actually kind of equalized with these losses. So here's where it felt pretty bad. But his DK is low, at least. I remake TC, I kill a Fiend, now I'm ahead again. I kill Lich, but lose TC. That's a bad trade for me, because I'm level 2, he's level 1.
What does this button do?
It brings you a lot of joy through the virtue of subbing. Thanks, Hans Janssen. So he's actually pulling ahead in that. On the other hand, not having a Lich means no Orb of Corruption. It greatly drops his damage. Then I got the Surround on the Naga. Now I'm ahead again. He loses a Ghoul. That helps even more. Now he's forced to TP out. That's 210 gold loss for him. And we almost killed the statue, but not quite. And I have map control, so I can finish up the camp, find the Book of the Dead, which again is a compensation for my losses. It's to the spoils go to Victor. Then more creeps while he's standing still. That gives me XP, that gives me gold. I get a lot of creeps, a lot of XP. TC gets level up, I get Rune Bracers. That's more solve for the wounds. But I lose TC again. Now, I have a lot of potential, higher hero levels, 4-3, and he's 3-1. But he did kill my TC again. And he seems to have more damage output here. Kills another unit. He's actually pulled ahead again in a way, I would say. Let's look at our population. He's 38 pop, and he could go straight to 44 right now with a Fiend and a statue. Except he has forgotten to make a 4th Ziggurat. Warcraft 3 doesn't have a lot of macro management, but forgetting your 4th supply building is one of them. And look at me, I have a 4th supply building, but I don't have enough units to fill it. 34 under 50. I have one Overburrow, he's got no over Ziggurats. Thank you so much for subbing Pecky Codex. And Titinia,
You should keep watch on the TC. He seems to be getting lost a lot.
Yeah. So he's in a great spot now. So what he needs to do now is creep. He has obtained map control. He creeps. No, wait. What? I didn't even see him get a sapper. Why? What's he doing? Oh, that's how I lost my altar. But that's 215 gold down the drain. He even hurt his own ghoul with it. I rebuy TC. I am 36 pop. He is 38. He could have had a lot more, but he just got supply blocked. Then he attacks without Pound Turtle. My Farseer is quite good. Pendant of Energy, lots of spells. He wants to get the burrow, not quite. Goes out of position. Immediately Coil Novas my Tauren Chieftain. Kills it. But it was expensive because of Rune Bracers. He does not move his Naga out of what is not a full surround yet. But does end up taking a lot of damage from the Book of the Dead. It was a cool item. Where the hell is his Destroyer upgrade? He no half? No half Destroyer or don't want? I think he didn't make it. Because he doesn't have enough wood. It's 150 wood, he doesn't have it. So because of the heavy ghoul losses, he now... Like, wood is not even supposed to be a relevant resource at this phase in the game. It's all about gold. But because he did lose and use a lot of ghouls, he cannot actually get Destroyer upgrade. If he had had that, Happy would have had it, then he would have sucked up the Book of the Dead and get an easy win. He could have tried to do a surround here, didn't get it, loses the Naga to the Book of the Dead. I have 2 attack upgrades, he has none, so I'm doing pretty good damage. Surround on the DK. And he drops to 25 population when I'm 29. Now we know why this game was a GGGG. He went for an ill-timed, poorly executed all-in while messing up micro and macro. All I messed up was my TC over and over and over. Aren't Undead easiest builder, fire and forget? Yup, that's true. Grubby, your Orc Bloody Beginner Guide strategy, is it enough with decent micro to get all the way to Adept ranking? Are you talking about the Farseer Shadowhunter build that I showed? Why didn't he coil the Naga? She ain't dead. Same reason I'm not buried. Okay, that's an outdated build. Nikkei, I'm gonna show you a new build. How often did you get supply blocked back when you started playing Warcraft 3? A lot. By the way, guys, I picked up Doggo today. He's very tired because he lived with 2 dogs, one of which was completely in love with him. So he kept having to well, let's say fend off sexual harassment. Except that's a human way of looking at things, and dogs don't actually look at it that way. Nah, she was just giving him kisses, that's all. Such a sweet dog. He went to Blizzard. Jesus. You know this is happening everywhere. I need an opponent for my Orc Bloody Beginner Guide. Who can help me? Must be 1800 MMR or below. Not happy. He's over 1800. Where to find the AoE2 guy who learned to play Warcraft 3 content? I'll upload it on YouTube tomorrow at 1 PM CEST. Floss twice daily. He streams on Facebook. I think I have a link actually to him. Here we go. I'm 1800 undead player. Perfect. You want to join, Zelda? Make this guide with me? The rules are, you play your best, don't chat. Viper played Warcraft 3? Yep, it'll be on my YouTube tomorrow, and his. Zelda, are you in? I don't want to play right now, sorry, maybe next time. No problem. No problem. It's quite something to play on stream. Who will join me? Orc Guide is the game name. We're gonna play on Boomtown. We're gonna play on Autumn Leaves. Why mention it? He just wanted to brag his MMR. He's shy. Honestly, I wouldn't either. Streams make me nervous. No, I get it. Trust me, I get it. If no one wants to play, I'll just play against AI, which is fine too. Game? Maxecution. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Ugh! Let me change the sound a bit so that I am easily audible. Hey guys, and welcome to the new and improved July 2022 Orc Bloody Beginner Guide. I'm gonna teach you how to play a passable Orc playstyle that you can avail yourself with on the ladder in one-on-one. You can also use this build in FFA and in team play. The concept is pretty simple. We're gonna open with a Farseer and Headhunters. We're gonna creep a little bit. We're gonna get a second hero. We'll stay with 2 heroes, and then we're going to at some point attack. Let's check it out. We're against an opponent here, Maxecution. Thank you so much for joining us. Maxecution. First thing we do, 5 peons in the gold. We pull one of those peons immediately and make an altar of storms roughly kind of in front of our Great Hall. This will serve as a barrier to stop large forces from easily gaining access to the back of our base, and it will also prevent ranged units from forming a perfect concave to attack our burrows. Burrows are 3 things. They're a defensive tool. They are a tool that gives us bonus supply capacity. We're 8 under 11 supply right now. But they're also a vulnerability. They're easily exploitable. Burrows are a high priority attack target for the opponents. And as such, anything that has 500 range will now have difficulty attacking into the burrows. Our build order is altar with one of the first peons, 4 in gold. The next new peon makes a burrow. The next new peon goes into gold. The next new peon makes a war mill. And the next new peon makes a barracks. We will have a short period of time where we are not currently training a peon until we have 75 gold again. That is so that we can get the barracks out on time to start early Headhunter production. There's a small gap in between the forest and the war mill. This will allow us to slide peons next to the war mill and the forest, as you can see. And this will give us a very quick connection time with the war mill and the peon that wants to drop off wood. Especially when the war mill is finished, do we want to slide peons under there for optimum wood gathering economy. If you don't want to bother with this, it's no problem. You can just build the war mill against the trees rather than one gap away, and you'll still be just fine. But I find that this is a really nice way to lead to bonus wood economy. We will go to peons after our hero is trained until we are 17 under 21 population. We summon a set of wolves. Farseer finishes, we make the wolves, we immediately start our first Headhunter, and we queue up a second Headhunter as well. We rally the barracks on top of our Farseer. Now all Headhunters will follow our Farseer and join in creeping. Peons are gathering nicely, and once we have enough wood and gold, namely 315/190, we can go for an upgrade to tier 2 It's called upgrading to Strongholds. You can do a force return, or you can wait till you have exactly 190 wood. After you finished one green camp, go find the second green camp. It can be the easiest green camp, or it can be the next, or it can be an easy orange camp. This will need a little bit of experience depending on what map you're playing on, but green camps are always easy to take, orange will be a little bit harder, and as you'll find, a large part of the game of Warcraft 3 is actually learning how to beat certain creep camps and knowing when you can beat which one. You can practice this against AI, or you can watch replays or VODs to get better at this. Generally the rule is, if you're less good at manipulating the micro, which I have many tips for in my creeping guide, then you can just take simpler camps. So this one and then this one, and you can go for this and this, and you take like the third camp is orange or the fourth camp is orange. After you're level 2, head over to where you know your opponent is, send some wolves, and you will start to learn to skirmish. We make the shop as when I made it. You make a third burrow at 27 path. You check their base, see, hey, is it harassable at all? Do I know where they are at all? And you can just start attacking. Whatever vulnerability you can find. You can of course creep as well, but I find that for beginners it is good to do early pressure with a level 2 hero. Namely, pressure gives you information about your opponent. The nature in which they defend or don't defend will tell you much about what they're doing. It also gives you a chance to practice your micro. The first thing you want to do is you want to run away. You fire a shot on the ghouls and you run away again. Keep running away and then shoot again. This is how ranged units typically fight against melee. You've got the advantage of range and focus fire. They've got the advantage of speed and bonus damage type against your headhunters. And then we just start pressuring again. You can either attack units. You can also spread your headhunters like so in different directions. Then he has to choose what to attack. This is called defensive micro. We are making sure that he cannot get good hits on me. Aggressive micro is this. Everything attacks on that ghoul. That ghoul will die first. That's aggressive micro. Defensive micro is, I don't care what I am attacking, at least I don't want to be dying. And if you're really good, you can do both. You spread your units with defensive micro, and you do aggressive focus fire micro. And micro is basically the term for unit control.
Don't mess with the back. We're under attack.
We start working on the altar again, which was a fun pastime. We run low headhunters back. We go to tier 3. So what is the order of what we do when we get to tier 2? Well, we're gonna make our Tarn Chieftain. We're gonna start a bestiary. We're gonna get troll regen, and we're gonna go to tier 3. The first most important thing is bestiary and TC. Then you go tier 3, then troll regen. There are exceptions. Sometimes you'll find that you want to get troll regen immediately, maybe because many of your headhunters are a little bit hurt. When the Tarn Chieftain comes out, double heal salve and speed scroll. Use wolves to scout where he's going, and now your goal is going to be to creep up your Tarn Chieftain. You can use wolves to scout. At this phase in the game, many opponents, undead and otherwise, will be looking to creepjack you and kill headhunters. And sending the wolf towards them can give you information about where they are. Especially level 2 wolves are very effective for this, as it'll take a while to take them down. At this stage in the game, you want to get raiders and then snare. We're also going to get one attack upgrade, which represents a 12% damage increase for your berserkers, for your headhunters I should say. This is where we are most vulnerable. We knew he was to our south a while ago. Anytime you feel like you don't know where they are, you would do well to act on that instinct and scout where they are. At 37 food, you'll see a pattern. At 27, you make a burrow. At 37, you make a burrow. That's the pattern. You can get clarity potion to heal up a bit. So you can have everything in one group. Everything for me here is in control group 1. We're going to try to creep around the edges of the map. try to getting our TC to level 3. This is why we are removing our Farseer from the fight. If Farseer is this far away, he won't get experience. If he's here, he will also get experience. Now 100% goes to the Tarn Chieftain. Farseer is now also providing a vision point. In case Death Knight and Lich come from here, just make sure not to lose it immediately to Death Knight and Coil Nova. Pooling creeps can help with your Farseer to bring them towards your secondary hero. We haven't seen where he has been for a while again, so we're going to send wolves to each expansion. This is going to give us kind of an idea about where he has crept and where he may go next and so on. We see that, hey, he was towards the middle. He's creeping this camp. We're still going to check his natural and his main. We are making a shadow. We're getting a Kodo Beast. Now, Warcraft 3, you only have 50 food to make a nice army that... doesn't incur a low upkeep tax yet. So we try to stay on 50 food and have an army with exact numbers. 6 Berserkers, 2 Raiders, a Kodo, and 3 heroes. We could have also stayed on just 2 heroes, by the way. You don't have to go for the Shadow Hunter, but that's going to be much harder to control for new players or for, let's say, lower speed players. I'm doing it because I find it very strong. Shadow comes out, you can either start with Hex or Healing Wave. I'm doing it because I find it very strong, but it's perfectly fine to just stay on only Farseer TC, and instead of spending the 5 food for the Shadow, you can get a second Kodo and a Berserker, or you can get a 3rd Raider and a Berserker. Greedy now would be to remove Farseer and Shadow. This would give us, Farseer and TC. This will give all the XP to the Shadow only, making him level up nice and fast. He stole the creep, Shadow's almost level up. It's okay to leave Belt on the Shadow Hunter, or you can give it to TC. For TC, strength is a primary attribute, therefore that would give him +6 damage. But having bonus health on Shadow, you'll find is super useful, as Shadow Hunter tends to be low health when he comes out as a 3rd hero. So having that bonus health makes opponents misjudge about whether they can Stormbolt or Death Coil kill him. Now we're gonna attack. We go for anything that looks like it's producing. He did a Cyclone. And we're gonna do defensive micros, split our Berserkers, double Cyclone. And then just keep making Headhunters and Raiders. You always want to have a unit that you can spam while you're busy. So let's say ideal situation might be that you go for a Wyvern. I'm not saying it is, but let's say if it was. And that you need a Kodo or you need a Grunt. That might be the ideal situation, but you need to have a unit that you can spam out of muscle memory. So for me, that's Headhunter Raider all the time. So that when you're fighting, if you are good at like adding a control group, using a control group and producing units from it, then that can help a lot. Make some wolves. Warstomp missed. It's generally not safe to attack into undead base per se. There are many different ways to play it. Generally, you will play to expand if you have a big advantage. You can also creep the map. Against undead, it's most common to creep the map. So let's say if you're leading, right? You push him to his base, he town portals. You decide, okay, I don't like attacking into undead bases, it's risky. I saw this on stream, you know, many people say never attack undead base. Then instead what you could do is creep this and this. If you are the strongest on the field and they run to their base, That's how you can value add. In other RTSs, you'll often look to attack and finish them if you're leading. Not per se in this game. In this game, expanding is often inferior to just taking all the creeps. Again, advanced creep manipulation techniques can be super helpful to reduce damage taken while creeping. This takes a lot of practice. Moreover, it needs experience and an intimate understanding of how these things work. You can learn a lot in my creeping guide. If you go to my Twitch chat and you type !creeping. After you have 2 attack upgrades, the next common one is Steel Armor. Arcanite ranged weapons adds less than 10% extra damage. It costs a lot. Armor finishes quicker, it's cheaper, and it offers a little bit of extra resilience to your units. It's time for another attack. If you want to be real fancy, you expand behind this. The time that your attack takes will most likely cover for almost the entire totality of the duration of the Great Hole. So now you have a fallback point. I'm also getting fortified defenses after this, once I can afford it. I can now, so I'm starting it. He's playing his heart out, which is very admirable and impressive. This player is 1500 MMR. This is the type of player you'll meet on your first game on W3 Champions. He played to the meta, he played with timings, he played with micro. I would say it's pretty stiff starting on W3 Champions for an average beginning player. You will lose your first game pretty much if you're newer. Like, this player is pretty good. Of course there's an MMR difference, but like overall he knows what he's doing, and that's more than what most new players could say about themselves, right? So it's impressive. And it would definitely be a learning curve. GG, well played. If you're if you're newer, you're gonna want to stay with 2 heroes. You will lose out on the heal wave and the hex, but you'll have fewer heroes to control. You'll be looking to use your Farseer TC only. You'll have faster leveling up Farseer and TC in lieu of having that shadow sharing the experience. That means a faster TC 5, which is incredible. You get War Stomp level 3. Make sure to always carry Invulnerability on your Tauren Chieftain. This strategy pretty much works against every race. Human, Elf, Undead, and Orc. It is maybe weakest against Night Elf, simply because the way that I build now, Headhunters and Raiders and Kodos, doesn't have any Dispel. And many Night Elves will go Keeper of the Grove with Entangle. You can replace the Bestiary and instead go for Shamans. And you'll use Shamans for Lockdown, using Purge as a near rooting slow, and then also using it to remove Treants and Entangle from the battlefield. You'll have to try and split your Shamans to avoid getting detonated by Wisps, so that you don't lose all your mana, and you need to choose your battles very carefully. But I've given you the initial key to the gate of 1v1 Orc play with Headhunters. There's a lot of practice to be done now, so what are you waiting for? Oh, before you go, remember to subscribe to the channel so that you'll know when a new guide goes live, and you can beef up those sub numbers so that we can get massive Coca-Cola and Nike sponsorship deals. If you sub, I'll probably get those deals. Thank you so much. There we go. You'll lose your first games, but you drop to a manageable level very fast. It's a lot of fun and the community is super friendly. Just do it. Hey, you made it just in time to be a chatter on that video. Well done, the Elfish. It's true. Yo, thanks for the gift sub, Candy Bombers. To Calaboom. That's gonna help a lot too. Nike, Coca-Cola, here I come. At what MMR did you start finding your groove, the Elfish? I stopped playing Headhunters against Night Elf because I get owned by Warden. How do I deal with that? That's so interesting. I had the same experience. I was using Headhunters to beat a lot of Night Elves in Europe, including Sonic, and he started using Warden to blind counter me, because he doesn't know that I'm going Headhunters when he makes Warden, right? Unless he sends a very early Wisp, like one of his first, but he didn't. I stopped making Headhunters for a while as well. It's tough. You're gonna want to deal with that by prioritizing Raiders and probably Walkers. Walkers distribute Shadow Strike damage and tries to keep them alive that way. Raiders provide lockdown, and Shadowhunter fills in the gap of healing those distributed damages with Heal Wave, and Hex to lock her down and kill her. Just remains that you also need Dispel for potential Druid of the Claw rejuvenation follow-up, otherwise she heals up back and full. And you want to play fairly aggressive in a way to not let her creep to level 3 for free. You can still play Headhunters, but I agree it's tough against Warden. Thank you very much for playing, Maxecution. Well played. And thanks for the gift sub, Just Ross, to him.
Coca-Cola, trademark, is my favorite cola. So delicious and refreshing. Why not try a Coke now?
I'll go look for one. You guys are really helping here. First the Holly thing and now the Coca-Cola. I'm thirsty suddenly for some caffeine and sugar, or of course the great replacement, Coke Zero, with
Keep going
0%
this lovely
sugar.
WC3 content.
Let's go play some W3C. Has anyone here seen the new Thor?
I see you more of an Audible sponsorship guy. Next time you say, "Hey guys, can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay, thanks." It's gonna be followed by a "Speaking of Audible, if you blah blah sign up with my link you get 13.37% off a subscription."
13.37, huh? Where can I sign up? I heard it's more like a comedy. New Thor is decent. It was meh. Pretty good.
Something you're doing? Yes. Ready to what you're doing? What do you want?
That voice is clean. Yeah, it is.
Yes, be happy to.
I hear it's a mess. I heard it's bad. I was hoping that we could just forget about that NYG. Paddley Nordman?
Ready to work. What do you want? We need more gold. Work complete. Work complete. We need more gold. We need more gold.
They sacrificed the story for 1 or 2 laughs. I love Marvel, huge fan, but that film was a thumbs down. Huh. Has anyone here watched Chaos something something with Tom Holland
What do you want?
and Ray? The actress who did Ray, Daisy something. Dang, Grubby, what happened to your beard? Do you really
Ghoul
try
man.
to grow it? I guess I'm just having a midlife crisis. Thanks for the reality check.
Grub 1, grub 2, grub 3, grub 4.
Yo, what up, dude? Thank you for the sub. Rude, yeah, kind of.
The future is complete.
Work complete. We need more
Damn, what happened, man? You used to be so handsome.
Destiny awaits. It is certain. Watch out.
Chaos Walking, yes, Chaos Walking. Has anyone seen Chaos Walking? I watched it,
My eyes
waited for it to get good. The film ended. I checked the IMDb, 5.4. I was like, shake my SMH.
strike. Disbelief. My eyes are open. Of course.
Work complete.
Is your name Grubby because of worms? No.
We're under attack.
You need my counsel. My eyes are open.
What you want me to do? What do you want? My eyes are open. What you want me to see? We need more gold. We need more gold.
I'm trying to think of where he might be.
I see. My eyes are open. It is you need my counsel. Watch out.
But maybe it's better not to think, stupid. Just scout. Oh, he did this?
What you want me to do? Yeah, definitely. We need more gold. My eyes are open. We're under attack. It is my counsel. My eyes are open.
Good thing I just made a guide. I know exactly how to play this. Thanks, Groby, for improving my game and getting me sponsorships.
My eyes are open. What you want me to go? Who you want me to use? Of course. What? Destiny. What you want me to do? What you want me to go? Who you want me to do? What you want me to do?
Defensive micro engage.
Yeah. Don't my eyes are open. I see. What you want me to go?
You just graduated college with my guide? Nice. Not unexpected, I must say.
My eyes are open. Work complete. Watch out. What you want me to do? Work complete. My eyes you want me to go?
Got that one attack upgrade.
What do you want? My eyes are open. What you want me to do? Watch out. What you want me to go? It is certain. Of course. I see. Guess what? Yeah. Watch out. Who you want me to kill? Who you want me to kill? What? Destiny away. What you want me to do? My eyes, what you want me to go? Anything you want. Castingo. Castingo. My counsel. Who you want me to kill? What? Castingo. My eyes are open. What you want me to go? What you want me to do? What? What you want me to do?
I feel like I'm influenced by my bloody beginner guide. Here I am attacking on that base.
Work complete. My eyes are open. What? I see it.
Oh, lucky despawn for him.
What you want me to go? My eyes are open. What? We're under attack. What you want me to do? Who you want me to do? Research complete. What? What you want me to do? What? Yes, what you want me to go? My eyes are open. Who you want me to do? My eyes are open. Something is doing. What you want me to go? It is. Who you want me to do? What you want me to do?
Getting another attack upgrade.
What you want me to go? What you want me to research complete?
This is where I do the thing.
Of course.
Let's do the thing, guys.
Stand ready. It is. Who you want me to kill? What you want me to do? What you want me to go?
Making the raider now.
My eyes you want me to command, and my eyes are open. Yes, chieftain. See, I stand.
He's probably here, right? Because I haven't seen him anywhere. No?
Ready to ride. What you want me to do? Say the word. We're under attack.
We move, defending your honor.
Defending your honor, we move. For the king, what is your quest? Don't force me to run you through.
Research complete.
In your name.
Ready to ride. What you want me to do? Who you want me to do? What you want me to do? What you want me to do? Need something. Yes, chieftain. Say the word. On our side.
Look around.
Yep. I'll take it.
You need my
We're under attack.
Do you need my counsel?
Shadow Hunter.
My eyes are open.
For my ancestors. Where you want me to go?
He is believing.
Need something. And we're under attack.
My eyes
Kind of want Kodo Beast, but I have one peon too many.
Something need doing.
Let's sacrifice it.
Inventory is full. Yes, chieftain. Inventory is full. We're under attack.
Grub P.
He spent everything on that. It's fine. I did use heal scroll. He lost. Actually, I don't know how much I exactly killed, but I feel like it was better for me. Double claws of attack plus 12. I should give it all to my shadow or my Farseer.
We're under attack.
Okay, Shadow. Shadow should probably have the invo. He crept so little. Happy would have crept more.
Research complete. What you want me to do?
It's strange. Happy would have crept so much more.
Use my power.
What you want me to do?
I stand. My eyes are open.
Let's go over and attack.
Destiny awaits. Command. You like
Perhaps happy is better than chic. I actually think so.
My eyes are open.
I might be too.
Ready to ride. Say the word.
Execution watching this be like, hey, I've seen this before. But final fight! Pepper Rich Farms. Pepper Hands. No pillage. I mean, I wasn't expecting to attack for the win. Execution is like, that looked just like my game. And he was 22. Casual TP to the next game. Plus 24 and 6 agility. Yeah, so plus 30 damage on the Shadowhunter. Plus 30 damage. Why did you deny wolf summons in a creep fight? Force of habit, muscle memory? When? Sea Shark. I'll sometimes resummon a wolf if the only wolf that's left is very low on health and ensnared, which means it's not getting attacked. Any tutorial for easy beginner Blademaster builds? Oh, I've never done that yet, have I? That's a good idea. Execution? Maybe I need another race than undead. Is there any... Well, actually, it works the best against undead. Get back here. Get back in the ring. Max. Max. I'm coming, Max. Meanwhile, someone is dreaming. Oh, hi, Maxco. I'm ready? Okay, cool. Game name, Orc Guide 2. What map would you play, Blade? Lost Temple? I guess. Lost Temple, Reign of Chaos. The game name is Orc Guide 2, Max. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's go Echo Isles 2.0. Captain Zeissig just reached up for 8 months. Thanks, man. And Triendor Belarefo Argonville. Thank you, guys. Okay. It was brought up, very fairly so, that I have not yet made any orcish guides, pure guide material, starting with the Blademaster. So I yoinked a willing Maxecution back into the boxing ring for round 2. Let's go. Ready, fight! Ready, fight! Blademaster Opening. So what are Blademaster Openings good for? In an era of Farseer Headhunter openers, Blademaster Openers are a hearkening to the past, when Farseer Wolves had less health, when Blademaster had more agility. It was good times. Blademaster critical strikes were one of the most complained about feature in multiplayer games, and I loved it. While he is a little bit weaker now, Blademaster Openings still have a place. If anything, because Warcraft 3 is a game, and you might be sick of playing Farseer Headhunters. So here is a Blademaster Opening, and kind of the game plan that you would have in a typical Blademaster game. Let's consider the 4 possible enemy races. I'm assuming that you can watch this VOD and watch the order and the location with which I built my buildings and kind of surmise why that is and when it was, so I can focus on explaining why Blademaster might be good. Blademaster is the OG creep stealer, the item stealer, the hero assassinator, and the worker harasser. He's also damn fun, and he's a late game monster. Although Farseer has a ranged auto attack and the ability to cast Chain Lightning, it's actually Blademaster who has a better anti-air utility than Farseer. It seems strange, he has no anti-air attack and no spells that can affect them. But equip him with a Lightning Orb and he becomes a monster. Blademaster against human. You want to focus on generally Zeppelin dropping your Blade Shadow army inside the human base, who often have a kind of full or semi wall off. Kill a bunch of peasants, make sure that their lumber drops low and their militia peasants drop low. Why? This is so that they can never expand. Once you've pinned them into a singular base, Hit and Rule remains an effective tool to keep the human in their own base without being able to do a rifleman timing attack against you, which can be scary. Blade needs a lot of items and levels to be good against human, so you want to have the ability to draw the game out. Against human, you'll focus on Zeppelin drop after you get Blade 3, Shadow 3, and to kill peasants and to deny the future possibility of an expansion. Against undead, it's about creeping the map, never expanding, 3 heroes, and lots of survivability built into your heroes via Healing Wave, War Stomp, Healing Potions, items that buff your survivability like Ring of Protection, Gauntlets of Strength, Talisman of Evasion, Ruined Bracers, and so on. That's against undead. Blade into Shadow into TC is your bread and butter. You're gonna sell TP, get 2 heal salves and a speed scroll. You're gonna go into the map to the second green camp or an orange camp as you desire, as you prefer. Build orders are an ever-changing thing in StarCraft, and creep routes are an ever-changing thing in Warcraft 3. There are many different possibilities, many valid openers. I could go for the natural here, the Ogre Mage. I could go all the way to the mid and get the Goblin Shop. This is for you to figure out. That's part of the fun of the game. We're gonna get a circlet if we get to the shop. That's for us to definitely do. And we'll start working on the Forest Troll Berserker. Always Windwall critical. You may think, hey, Mirror Image is pretty cool. It's true, but it's much harder to use Mirror Image together with Healing Salve, because Mirror Image dispels active Healing Salve charges, and Windwalk allows you to protect your Healing Salve charges. We're now going to tank with the Grunt, finish it off with the Blade. After this, because we're not peon scouting, we're just going to go ahead and either check whether he's expanding, or if he's not, we're going to take this creep camp. Always bake in multiple utilities with the way that you move your main army and unit. Go somewhere with the intent to creep jack them or fight them, and if they're not there, then you intend to creep the camp that you intended to creep jack. This gives you a fallback plan. Now here's going for a Cryptlord fast expansion. Your goal against Cryptlord Expo is to cancel the gold mine once. That's your goal. Don't all in it, don't die for it, just cancel it once. Using as little health and mana as possible. That's it, it's cancelled. Now we go away. He's gonna keep being paranoid, intending to defend and protect. And that's all we're gonna do. So now we're gonna get a Shadow. Now, if this were a Death Knight Ghoul or Death Knight Fiend opener, we would now go for a Bestiary, a Shadow Hunter, and tier 3. We would get Brute Strength, and we'll have a Bestiary coming up, tier 3 and a Shadow. But because it's Cryptlord fast expansion, we are replacing the Bestiary with a Torrent Totem. Torrent Totem will offer Spirit Link and Disenchant, and that's key in this situation. We are going to go to tier 3. Rather than trying a counter expansion on tier 2. We're also going to rush out a War Mill to give us extra wood. There's no Goblin Shredder on Echo Isles, therefore we need Lumber Mill, the War Mill that is, and we need maybe an extra peon when we get to tier 3, when we get to tier 3. We're gonna use Illusion to check out his main and his natural. We wanna know what's going on. And now our goal, because you know he's gonna have an expansion, right? Our goal, and you'll often find that expansion logic works very counterintuitively in Warcraft 3, our goal is to prevent him from creeping anything near his base. he's gonna want to stay on his half of the map because he's defending his expo in his mind. So we're gonna find him here, or here, or here. We're gonna find him somewhere. And if we don't find him, we have the option to either creep it or to keep finding him. And the best thing you can do is to keep finding him. So we're trying. We're not going for his gold mine. He might be doing the camp in the bottom left. And I think if he's not in the bottom left, bottom right, this one, he's not, then he actually went for me. So in his mind, he was defending himself from potential follow-up attacks. And therefore he crept something nearby. And instead, he's going to go for a counterattack. So imagine if we had started creeping the camp that we came for. Then we'd be out of position to defend even more than we already are. This is a nice attack by him. Prepare the best you can. Start remaking another burrow. Just a very nice attack attempt. Now he does have TP, so he's gonna be able to get out. He hurts us a lot. Now, it's not so important for me to tell you now if that puts us ahead or behind. Most important is to quickly act. Anytime a fight ends, in your favor or not in your favor, is to quickly act. And to stay with the plan. So, as I told you, the plan against Cryptlord expansion, or Dreadlord expansion, or Lich expansion is enemy creep denial. And you do that by active creep jacking and stopping him, and by taking the creeps that are on his side of the map. So we're not doing this, or this. We have to go to his side of the map, and we start trying to kill units. And once we did that, we're gonna take units from under his nose, right from under his nose. We're gonna take creeps right from under his nose. So we got that, and we're gonna get this one, because it presented itself. And then we're just gonna creep these camps right here. We know he doesn't have enough right now. He's got double the gold, but we're getting the unit traits that are advantageous. We just finished our Spirit Walker training, so we're gonna get a second level Spirit Walker training. We're gonna get another peon, we're gonna get a Tar Chieftain. So the 3 grunts that we started with, that's our bread and butter. And then we're gonna get Master Walker training, and we made 2 extra peons. So with Orc, you always start with 7 peons on wood, no matter what build you go. And I'm now going all the way to 9. I need to build up as much of a lumber surplus as I can. And I wanna not invest in grunts and walkers any more than I already have. 3 grunts, 2 walkers, and then we're gonna save up for other things. So we're gonna finish this camp with only Shadow, while checking, is he doing this or this with Blade? Well, we found his Cryptlord already. We saw it here. He's right here. I won't guarantee you will get this many Fiend kills, but I will show that if they do present themselves to you, you're gonna hex it, or you're gonna kill it. Okay, TC comes out. Note the gold. Note how I didn't make 4th grunt, Headhunter, Bestiary, nothing. He has enough for a Great Hall. He can get a Clarity and a Speed Scroll. Now we take 5 peons. We put them in Control Group 2. We send them to the expansion. We get Endurance first, or we get War Stomp first. If you want to be really good, you're going to send the Blademaster here to keep creep jacking and denying, and only do this with your Tarn Chieftain and Shadow, who then gives the Clarity and he gets a ring in return. The Blade comes here and tries to creep jack, but I didn't do it well enough. The peons arrive, and then at home you're gonna get a Bestiary. You're gonna get Forest Berserker training. You make another peon, and you make another peon, and then you make a burrow, and you keep creeping. Try to always remain busy and creeping.
Direct my blade.
We're under attack! Yes! Ready to work. Ready to work.
Direct
So we lost track of where he is for a bit. Blade keeps looking for him. You can get fortified defenses, and I will say it's quite recommended and it's safe, but it has its downsides.
It be a pleasure.
Because it costs a lot of wood at a situation where you don't have a lot of wood.
Research complete.
So we'll make a shop here. We'll keep creeping. This one's gonna get a heal scroll. A heal scroll's nice because they're gonna impale. The most common follow-up tactic after Cryptlord fast expansion is double crypt, slaughterhouse, temple, and do like a tier 2 70 population timing attack.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
War stomp.
We're under attack.
We're saving up on under 50 pop to get as much maximization as possible of the double income that we're getting right now. So this is greedy and risky, but because I killed so many fiends, I find it worth it. I'm gonna save up to at least 1,000 gold. And you know, if I couldn't do it, if it's too risky, then I would just produce earlier. I'll start making headhunters. I'll make a Tauren with no pulverize. We don't have the wood for it. We'll make another Overburrow. We get another Kodo Beast, or maybe we even get a Wind Rider. All the rings to the Tauren Chieftain because he has a low natural armor pool. We could even put like one ring on the Shadow. It's kind of weird because Shadow is a ranged hero, but it may still help to keep it healthy if you take some beetle attacks or something in the middle of the fight. Lightning Orb on the Blademaster. We're gonna take an orange cam. Now we could get fortified defenses. It would also be wise to kind of have a scout of the top of the map. At this point, if you can get Town Portal again. Headhunters and Wind Riders. The advantage about Wind Riders is they don't get impaled. Even if they're webbed, they cannot get impaled. Oh, cool. Kel'Thuzad, nice for Blade. I would even recommend maybe putting like Circlet on Shadow and then putting Ring on Blade. Blade is a frontliner. Without Circlet he deals less damage, but Circlet is nice on Shadow for more attack damage.
We need more lumber. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am yours.
Okay, I think it's a good time to get a Town Portal. We'll check if he's ever taken the gold mine here. Fortified defenses has finished. We have a Town Portal on Shadow. We're gonna get an invul on TC. This is what your army could be looking like. We have the 2 walkers with master training, but we didn't get like too much. Get Dust of Appearance. If you get too many walkers, he becomes vulnerable to mass destroyers.
Yes, Lord. Yes.
This is very scary, of course, for him. The mileage may vary. Again, very impressed. Execution is really on top of always getting burrow upgrade and whatnot. Very brave to play on stream as well. Now, if you're against Night Elf, your army may look quite similar. It really depends on enemy's army. If you're gonna be on one base against Undead, against Death Knight, you would go like... You would not make the totem, you'd be Beastry, you'll make Headhunter Greater Kodo, as we showed in the Farseer Headhunter build. Pretty much the same composition as I show in the other Bloody Beginner Guide, where you open with Farseer. I didn't specialize a lot in Headhunter upgrades. It is still good. You should probably at least get one Headhunter attack upgrade. But it is true that it's a little bit less important than when you play Farseer. Generally, Blade has less gold opening than Farseer opening because you need more invulns, more heal salve, because you don't have wolves to tank for yourself. As such, upgrades take a back burner importance. Invul, heal pulse, heal salve are more important. Nonetheless, one Headhunter attack upgrade is quite worth it, especially when you have an expansion like I do. But if you don't have an expansion, you should first consider a Berserker Headhunter upgrade with attack. Once you've been 50 food for like half a minute at least. Only then would I start adding an attack upgrade in Orc versus Undead 1 base, 1 base. Oh, I've done a burrow this time. He has True Shot aura, by the way. Nice. GG, well played. If you're Blade against Night Elf, it's the one I discussed the least. You will have the same opening, Altar, Burrow, Barracks, and then Shop, and doing a 1 burrow tech. But you need to be damn good with scouting. In fact, the peon that finished your altar must scout your opponent to see what opening hero they have when they're Night Elf. And you'll go to 21 population rather than 20 population. So you have 8 peons on wood and scout, and then you have 5 on gold. So 5 plus 7 plus 1 scout. Whereas if you're not against elf, you do 5 plus 7, no scout. In any matchup, you can make that orc versus elf scout as well, no problem. This will help teach you the game better, and every time you're wondering what is he doing, you'll have more information. If you lose the scout very quickly without getting info, it's still not a huge deal. It's a relatively small sacrifice. And against Night Elf, the most usual army composition is Blade, Grunts, then some Shamans, Shadow with Snakes and Heal, and then you'll end up adding whatever else you need based on the situation. As always, when you have questions about the game, maybe you've tried some of these builds, go to discord.gg/grubby and find the Warcraft channel and ask your questions. The Warcraft 3 community is awesome, especially the one we cultivated and we are a part of. And there's a lot of really cool discourse. People are helping each other with strats and counters, checking out each other's replays. So it's going to be a lot of fun to join that. Thanks for watching this video. Hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, make sure to subscribe. If you subscribe, I will give Logan extra snacks tonight. And he will be so, so happy. Thank you so much. I will check those sub numbers. I'm gonna check them. I didn't know it was for YouTube, my bad. Yeah, why are you making everyone happy here, Wheelhouse, with your 20 gift subs during an evergreen YouTube content with a guide? This would be the right timing. Actually, you know what? Any time is the right timing. It's always the right timing for this. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Didn't know it was for YouTube, by the way. Waited exactly till it started. Say no more, say no more. No, dude. Thank you so much. No, if I wanted to, I would have turned it off in the video. I wanted to give you the opportunity to do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Everyone does. Thanks for the sub, Mutual, Smolderson, RDM Dota. We now have 2 new Bloody Beginner guides for Orc. How great is that? Gonna be a lot of new Orcs on the ladder. Thank you for the sub, Elheim, Famistry, Mutual, Varjuice, Komiti, Captain Zeisig. Why do people always ignore the top gold mine on Echo Isles? Because the new gold mine on Echo is very new. This is a new map, and it is a very hazardous gold mine location to take. I don't think it's meant to be taken first. It's meant to be taken as a tiebreaker when your opponent is turtling on 2 bases. Remember my games against Infi? We're both 70-80 population. He's just camping. All creeps are gone. He's just gonna wait. I expanded first like a minute or 2 earlier, and he will just not attack. He'll just defend top bottom. I'm trying to hit and run, it won't work. In games like that, I'll take the 3rd base and force him to attack into me. Infi makes my head hurt. Dude, I love his playstyle so much. I was watching him against Scars. He went Blood Mage, Beastmaster. Blood Mage, Beastmaster. Or Beastmaster, Blood Mage. And then constantly had 2 defend footies inside the worker line of Scars. It was so good. How did you maintain concentration after the 20 gift bomb? I saw it from the corner of my eyes. Like an unopened Christmas present, Chris. I thought, I'll look at you later. But I knew that Mom and Dad would be upset if I opened the Christmas present too soon. So I waited till morning. Could you do a Warden guide as well after humans, or is that too advanced for Bloody Beginner? Warden is pretty darn advanced, but why not? We could do that.
I can do that. Where? Something you're doing? Yes. Something you're doing?
Okay, guys. You just saw the Blade Bloody Beginner guide, and I kind of told you what you should be doing against Night Elf. But you didn't see it in the flesh. And as Farseer says, seeing is believing. So let's do our best now to show a proper Blademaster Opener against Night Elf. But this won't be a beginner guide. This will be an advanced guide. And it's not going to YouTube per se. Maybe, but not per se. This one I want to serenade and attribute to Twitch chat. Knowing that this moment may be lost forever and not eternalized will make it all the more special. So let's enjoy it together and write it into our permanent memory. You may never get a chance to see it again. Blade Grunt Opener. We're going to the orange camp up here. The Peon Scouts to see what his starting hero is. We stopped for Peon Mining Micro, added that 5th. We're gonna see Keeper of the Grove pop out. We're seeing the Hunter's Hall. We kill the Sea Giant first because he has splash damage.
Yes, be happy to. Something
After this, I want to know if he goes for the small green or the expansion. If he goes for the expansion, and I think he is, I think I want to speed scroll over there.
Excellent choice. Yes.
Okay, he is doing it. Now with the Peon, we're going to check to see if it's harassable at all. He's already got the big creep. Okay, we're not going to speed scroll over then.
Master. Yes, Lord. Yes. Excellent.
Kill the Wisp. Now, let's check it out. Can we get the Ogre Mage now? I think maybe we can. I think he wants to return home after he crept that gold mine to get more mana and health. He just spent Force of Nature mana and an Entangle, and that means he will want to return home so he can get more items and do more creeping. So that gives us a safe Ogre Mage here that normally seems something more illicit, something you're not generally able to get against Night Elf. Now we need to play safer with the Grunt. We're gonna pick up a Dust of Appearance and a Circlet. We're gonna use our Grunts to check around our bases and see, hey, are you making Ancient Protectors? Because let's not forget, one Archer into Hunter's Hall. He did not go for this. Wisp Harass generally is not useful. He's getting Ultra Vision. It's too risky now to go out with Grunts, so we'll go out with the Blade. And
Hello,
this is
Grubby.
where he is.
Hope you enjoy the day and stream as always.
That's a nice bit of XP. I'm enjoying it very much, thank you. Hope you are enjoying. So basically he did this, this, and this. The items back that up. We're gonna now check with Grunts again to see for AP, and Blade will stay on the Keeper. I again don't see Ancient Protectors just yet, so we're fine. He has mana for 1 Entangle. That's not enough to threaten a Grunt, so we stay on him.
Time to die. What do you want? We're under attack.
I don't know where he went actually. Spirit Lodge. Finish this with Grunts. Oh, he did this with Treants only. So he's trying to get the level ups. And there he is. He's gonna get 1 kill right there. Sucks for me. He doesn't have more mana, so I could have actually stayed with the other Grunts. Though I would take damage, of course. It's okay. He has no mana right now.
I am yours. Noctar. What task is there? Excellent.
So I feel like we can do something a little cheeky.
Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? We're under attack. I am yours. What task is there? Yes. We are hiding. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Time will die. Yes, Lord.
Might be back here at some point, but we'll have lots of snakes. We also have greater healing potion.
Are you hero and obey? Yes. What task is there, Master? Yes, Lord. Taste of my blade. Research complete. Will be my next big death. Oh, excellent choice. Hiding. Yes, I am yours. Use my power. We're under attack. Yes, Lord. We are heed my call. I am yours. Yes. What task is there? Are you hero and obey? Be my next I am yours. Who do I kill first? Yes, Lord. My excellent choice. My excellent choice. Use my power. What task is there? Yes. We're under attack. What task is there? Yes.
Okay, let's go tier 3.
I am yours. Move faster. Yes, Lord. Use my power.
We'll get Shaman upgrade.
Use my power.
We're gonna check mid. We're gonna make War Mill. And we're gonna steal this.
We're under attack. Yes, Lord.
And then we're gonna check if he has an expansion. And you know, I'm assuming he does. But we're gonna check. We need to know. And he does.
Excellent choice. What task is there?
And I'm expecting him to go for my main, because if he doesn't know where I am, then attacking my main is a surefire way of getting me to respond or take damage. This should be the next point that I'm defending.
Who do I kill first? My life, yes. Use my power. Direct my
Heal scroll would be nice. I can sell dust. Get heal scroll, group my armies together. I don't think I want to go for that orange camp now. I want to fight him instead. Or take something more important. I want to set up in an important location and have a lot of snakes here. So that when he comes for me, which he is now, I'll have snakes to defend. He will feel like he needs to protect against me. But because I have the snakes, it will be a place that he can't attack into. Next we'll get Bloodlust and then Dreadlord, and we'll do an attack.
Yes. Directing them. Yeah, man. Yes, Lord. What party there? Direct me. Oh, yes, Lord.
Okay, not another expo. We'll try to play a bit asphyxiating. We'll see if he's maybe taking the laboratory. And we'll send a peon to counter expand.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am yours. How can I help? Oh, I am yours. Excellent. Yes, Lord. I am you.
Ah.
Yes, Lord. Yes, excellent. We're under attack. I am yours. Our town is under
That's smart, of course.
What do you want? Party there. What party there? I come what is your Yes, Lord. I help. Right away. I am yours. Yes, yes, Lord. Hasten my prayer. What party there? Correct.
Okay. True shots. With double heal scroll.
Yes.
We cannot expand anymore.
How can I help? Excellent choice. Yes, yes, Lord Chief. Excellent choice. What party there? Yes, Lord Chief. I am yours. Yes, Lord. How can I help? Yes. I am yours. What party there? Oh. What party there? Oh. Yes, Lord. Direct. I am yours. I am yours. What party there? Yes, Lord Chief. Oh. Yes, Lord.
I think he went for another. Yeah, he went for another. Another counter attack.
Oh, are you here and obey? Yes, yes, Lord. Yes. I am yours. Oh, yes, Lord. Are you here? Ask you there. Yes. Direct me. What? Oh, I am yours. Yes, Lord Chief. Yes, Lord. Oh. Yes, Lord. What? Ask you there.
Not too bad. He did remake. We can sell True Shot and get another TP.
How can I help? Work complete. For the whore. Oh, yes. We are eating. What? Direct. Yes. Stop. Time yes. Yes, Lord. Yes. Research complete. Thunder. Our town is under attack! We're under attack! What do you want? Oh! How can I help? Time to die! What do you want? Yes, sir! I am yours! We're under attack! Yes, I am yours! Something you're doing? Okie dokie. Work. Happy to. Yes, Lord. Direct. Time killing. Are you hero and obey?
I think we're good.
We're under attack. Yes, Lord.
What an amazing experience we are sharing here that will never be on YouTube, huh? Or shall we? Bye, you two. We shall anyway. We cancelled the tree, so he's not mining right now. But he might be making another expansion in another location. I think he is. Let's get another TP. I don't like the feeling of this.
Work complete. Yes. Work. Work complete. Yes. Fire. Heed my call. I am yours.
Take your time.
Yes,
He really doesn't like my Fiddlord, huh?
What task is there? Direct me. Yes, Lord. Are you here? Double time. Direct me. I am yours.
Meanwhile, Grunt is pillaging. Too bad they'll never see it.
I am yours.
Where enemies be hiding.
Yes.
Use my power. Direct my blade.
I am yours. For the Lord. Yes, Lord. How can I help?
I'm gonna infill at 1 HP, that's all I'll do. 2! Got him! As the bloody advanced guide. GG. Too wasteful? Yeah, I had a good bit of life left in me. Wow, YouTube really missed out. It'd be a shame if this replay fell off the hill and accidentally landed on YouTube's lap. Did he have an expansion at your natural? Oh, let's check it out. That would be utterly cheeky. You invul on 1, I do it on 0. I guess that's why you're the champ, not me. Nice. He had 3 expos, right? Let's check it out. So he took this. He has 1 archer. He immediately made the tree, but away from location. Then, what happened next? Bit of skirmish. Expo is mining. Then what? He did mid. Then, orange camp. Second orange camp. 2 attack upgrades. Which is the standard upgrade type to get hit and runs done. Huntresses are also better at hit and run than archers. Unless you're like Moon and you use your archers to make a 10 archer wall of invisibility that your opponents cannot attack past while you're killing their base, like Moon once did against Lin on Northern Isles. Or Hitman. It was Lin or Hitman. So he doesn't have the other base yet, but he makes it at 10:30 as he hit. It's getting saucy. So I must consider this an act of seasoning. He's 55 pop. He's got 2 base mining. He's making his 3rd. Does another side stab. But I do have pillage now. I do not. I will soon have pillage. Are you doing head math when you look at your HP and info at 1, or do you vaguely feel like you have enough HP to narrowly survive? That was feeling based, Candy Bomber. Yeah, so he's got this base. We killed his main. Now we killed the natural. He never crept my second base. And he never took my natural. And part of the problem, he doesn't have the gold anymore, especially with this cancel as well. He tried to come in and detonate 1 Bloodlust away. So he's got this. He's not remaking this. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, I know why you guys knew that. He came back so fast. You guys are so smart. Recently, 3 days ago, I had a presentation at TwitchCon to present to representatives of 30 big brands for the ad sales team of Twitch. And it was my job to show what Twitch was like. And I brought up you guys, and I reminisced that back when I was streaming in 2011, 2012, 2013, just like 40 hours a month, just now and then, very haphazard, no schedule, nothing. I remember it was so difficult to have wise asses in chat saying just make a couple of carriers after losing to a Zerg with Broodlord Infestor. Why didn't you make a couple of carriers? It was one of the hardest things about streaming. It's just smart asses in chat with backseat gaming, usually ill-advised backseat gaming, like bad ideas, bad strategies, poor understanding of macro and economy and so on. It was tough. And then over the years, I mellowed out more, chat leveled up better, and I started realizing, sometimes I was very stubborn and obtuse. I started realizing over time that chat often has good ideas too. And I started appreciating and loving, and I can ignore like the dumb comments, and there isn't many, but I started appreciating when chat shows that they understand intricate game concepts and that they infer things like, oh, he must have had a natural expansion on your natural, otherwise how would he have gotten there that fast after TP? And then in the heat of the moment, I thought it was weird that he came from the top, but I didn't put 1 and 2 together immediately to realize that he had an expansion on my natural. And now we've been doing this together. Yeah, we've been doing this together, Wheelhouse. But why didn't you make them though? I didn't have enough money for carriers. So yeah, I was telling these guys at TwitchCon, these guys and gals, that it was hard when I started streaming, the backseating, though I don't think it really connected with them. I think that was the part that connected the least with them, because they don't know. But that chat ends up entertaining the streamer with both good backseat as well as the culture, the chat, and so on. So, yeah. Really, I'm just logging on to be entertained by you guys. For human player, just wondering since
Hey
you're
at
not...
Follow Grubby, I really enjoyed your cast of Happy vs. Lynn.
Cool.
Can you think about recasting some of the best matches of all times, like WCG 2008 Finals Laughing Face? Could be very entertaining, I guess.
I already did! It's called Grubby's Warcraft 3 Commentaries, and it's recorded on a potato microphone. Where is it, actually? Here we go. Never delete your own work.
Backseater reporting for duty.
Yeah, hell yeah. Never delete your own work, even when you think it's not very good anymore. Hello, all you lovely people out there. This is Grubby again, and I'm very pleased to see the very positive response for Season 2, Episode 1.
What do you want? I can do that.
The audio.
Work.
Did that get recorded in a bathroom? This was the comment you started reading. For human player... Oh, thank you, Faded to Fail. Just wondering, since you're not making Footman anymore, why still get the shield research? Right, because I did a human bloody beginner guide, right? And you make like 4 or 5 footies and you get defend. Yeah, it's really just to get more mileage out of those few that you still have. It may seem strange. You can skip it as well. You gotta practice what works for you. It's definitely not always right to get defend upgrades.
We need more gold. We need more gold.
What happened to 4-on-4? Do you know that meme? Is that Drake from the meme?
We need more gold.
This one, and then this one.
Ready to work.
Talk about no Drake.
Work complete.
4-on-4, 1-on-1. Yeah.
Ready to work.
What a talented musician, huh?
Happy turn. Ready to work. Work complete.
Indeed.
What do you want?
Does anyone else think my game sounds are too high? That you can't hear me properly? A wee bit.
I'll play the 6 of vengeance.
I've turned it down a percentage, thank you.
Geckenhaus.
Gekkenhuis, man. Oh, I forgot to scout. No bueno. Overlay score bugged. Oh, because it's new season. But at least Pat fixed the fact that it would show no score anymore, not work. Now it works, but it shows the wrong score. I just have to send him a SMS, he'll fix it. But he's a new father.
What you want?
Do you know how that happened?
Task is there. Yes, excellent choice. Are you hero and obey? Hey, ha! I am yours. Oh, what do you want?
That's correct, Seridar. The horizontal mambo jambo.
Yes, Lord. What task is there?
That's quite right.
Oh,
Well, I don't know that for sure, actually.
I am yours. Yes,
It can be
complete. Yes, Lord.
it can be done remotely.
Oh,
But I know he's going steady, so I'm assuming they did it in the most natural, pleasurable way. This is weird, isn't it? I think it is weird. He's a friend.
What task is there? What task is there? Excellent choice. Taste my blade. What you want? Yes,
Yo, did he just throw a bird at me? Would you like me to flip a bird at you, bro? Did you see the keeper attack?
What task is there? Yes, I am yours. Yes, I am yours. For the burning blade. Oh, what task is there? Dabu, master. Swobu, Zugsub. Huh? Zugsub, no. Yes, lord. Something need doing? What task is there? Yes, lord. Are you hero and obey? Hey, yes, excellent choice. We're under attack. Time to die. I am yours. Are you hero and obey? Yes, master. I am yours. What do you want? Yes, lord.
Can I make it?
Hey. Master. Excellent choice.
The only reason that this unit would still be there would be because he's doing something there, isn't he? He's expanding here.
Yes, lord. Hey. Yes. What task is there? Excellent choice.
Or was he creeping something small?
We're under attack. We need more gold. Oh, what you want? I am yours. No car. What task is there? Excellent choice. Inventory is full. What do you want? Yes. Hey. Yes. Huh? Yes, lord. Excellent choice. Master? Oh. Haste my blade. I am yours. No car. Are you hero? What do you want? Dabu. Oh. Hey. Master? I am yours.
If I went here immediately, I wonder if I could have cancelled it.
What task is there? Are you hero and obey? What task is there? Excellent choice. Yes. Something need doing? Where to see something? Oh, yes. I kill fast. Yes, lord. Haste my blade.
Where are enemies behind it?
I am yours. We're under attack. Yes. Are you hero and obey?
I'm getting
What do you want?
killing me easy.
Yes, lord. Excellent choice.
Who will be my next victim? Who do I kill first?
Work complete.
Direct
I am
my
yours.
blade.
Yes.
Where are enemies?
We're under attack. Oh, are you hero and obey? Haste my blade.
Use my power. Where are enemies hiding? We be charming.
Yes. Zugsub. What task is there? Hey, yes.
Direct my blade. Tas dingo man.
We're under attack. Yes. Haste my blade.
Do I kill first?
Door, earth, and fire. Achieve my
Who will be my
call.
next victim?
I am yours. Excellent. Work complete. We need more gold.
Direct my blade. Time.
Master, no power.
Use my power.
Yes, lord. Hey, we're under attack. Hey, are you hero and obey?
Hiding. Who do I kill first?
Oh, yes. Taste my blade. We need more gold, I call. Yes, Lord Chief.
Use my power.
Yes, Lord.
Faster. Where are enemies be hiding? Right. Yeah, man.
Huh?
I am yours.
Oh,
Who do I kill?
it worked.
Directly. We're under attack. Task is there.
Use my power.
Because I didn't see it.
Next victim.
Yes.
Where are enemies be hiding?
Yes. What task is there? Excellent choice.
Direct my blade.
Yes, Lord Chief.
Who do I kill first?
Direct me. I am yours.
Use my power. Where are enemies hiding?
I need order. Yes, Lord. Haste my blade. Excellent choice. Oh, yes. Are you hero and obey? I need order. Yes, Lord.
Direct my blade.
Oh. Yes.
Who do I kill
Are
first?
there enemies above? I am yours. Hey.
Use my power. Tas bingo man. Direct my
What
blade.
task is there?
Where are enemies
I
behind?
need order.
Right.
Ready to ride. How can I help?
Next victim.
Fine. Heed my call. How can I help? What you want? I am yours. Haste my blade. What task is there? Double. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes. I am your enemies of all. Yes.
It stands to reason for me to creep this now. Not to stands to reason, it makes sense.
Yes, Lord. Fast.
Be my next victim.
Yes, Lord. Fine. Research my call. We need more gold.
Then I can take the expansion. His extra gold income is very delayed.
Yes, Lord. I am yours. Hey, excellent choice. Yes, I am your enemies above.
Victim.
What task is there? Yes, Lord. How can I help? I need order, Master. Yes. For the cry I am yours. I will hit you and obey. What task is there? Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am doing something. Excellent. I will hit you and obey. Work complete. Bone double.
Do I kill fast? It is
Research
pleasure.
complete. Are there enemies above?
Direct my blade.
What task is there?
Get Proto Beast.
Task is there? Say that. Yes, Lord. Yes, Chieftain. I am yours.
Fortified defenses. Go make a watchtower there.
Yes, Deacon. What task is there? I am your order. Yes. I will heal and obey.
Direct my blade.
I am yours. Yes. What task is there? Excellent choice. Are there enemies above? Task is there? Yes, yes, Lord. I am yours. I can do this. Yes, Lord. I need orders.
My power.
What task is there? Yes, Lord. What task is there? I am yours.
Be my next
What do you want?
victim. Who do I kill first?
What task is there? Yes,
Where
Lord
enemies
Chief.
be hiding.
I am yours. Yes, Lord. I am yours.
Direct my blade.
Research complete. Order.
Use my power. Be faster.
What task is there?
Where enemies be hiding. Who do I kill first? Who be my next
Yes, Lord.
I don't know if it's good to sell
I will hit you.
Crystal Ball.
I am yours.
I really need the money.
What task is there? Excellent. Heed my call.
But it also has utility.
Yes. What task is there? Work complete, Lord Chief. What you want?
I have to attack or he will go to my base.
hiding? Direct
Yes,
my
Lord.
blade.
I am yours. Above.
See, he's already
Use my power.
aware of it. He is totally aware.
Hiding.
Are there enemies above? Yes. What task is there? What you want? I am yours. Haste to my order. I will kill you. Are there enemies above? Direct. What task is there? Yes, Lord. What you want? Stop. I am the order. What task is there? Master? Yes, Lord. What task is there? Yes, Lord. I am yours. What you want? Yes, Lord. Say the word.
Direct my blade. Has been command.
Say Direct me. We need more gold. I am yours. Yes,
Kodo is dead, so.
Oh. Yes, the order. Direct me. Master, how can I help? What possible? What? I am yours. Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. Direct me. Yes, Lord. What possible? Oh, excellent choice. I am yours. What possible? Yes, Lord. I am yours.
Direct my blade.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Hiding. Yaman.
yes.
I'm wearing the face of danger.
What possible?
Be a pleasure.
Yes, Lord. Yes. I am yours. What possible? Onward and upward. Yes, Lord Jesus. Yes, Lord. Yes, I am yours. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Oh.
Are you threatening me?
What task is there? I am yours.
What?
Something you're doing? I can do that. Hello. Yes, Lord. We're under
There
attack.
are enemies. Hide.
Yes.
Direct my blade. Use my power. Who do I kill first?
Oh. Yes. What task is there? How can I help? I am yours. Yes. Ready to ride. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Excellent choice. Direct me. I am yours.
We are enemies.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. We need more gold. Direct you is
My power.
how can I help?
Are you threatening me? Full speed ahead.
Yes, Lord. Yes. I am yours. We need more. We're under attack. We need more.
Are you threatening me?
What you want? What possible now? Say the word. Oh, we're complete. What possible now? Yes. Yes. Oh, I am yours. Yes, Lord. Oh, yes, Lord. I am yours. Thank you, my friend. I help. Good ride. I am right. Oh, not enough now. Yes, Lord. Yes. Oh,
Be my next victim.
what you want?
I lost a lot.
What possible? Direct me. I am yours.
Use my power. Right.
How can I help, huh?
Direct my blade.
Oh, yes.
We are enemies.
We need more gold. What direct me? Something you Yes, Lord. Excellent. How can I help? Yes.
I lost a lot, and I don't have a lot of lumber right now.
Yes, Lord.
I am 40 population. Under 50, I mean, so that's good at least. I can make an extra peon right now.
How can I help?
Got my Kodo again, and I still have a Zeppelin. Holy crap. Wheelhouse, what up, dude?
This request is for you to commentate the next game in your best Zeppelin impression, the whole.
Jesus.
We are enemies. Hiding.
A wise plan. Are you healed and obey? Yes.
Well played. Nice. Are you threatening me? Now YouTube will surely miss out. Shake my head, he should have gone carriers. Thanks very much, Wheelhouse. Though I don't know how I will feel tomorrow after destroying my voice. Grubby's guide made me able to understand and further improve Stephen Hawking's equation on the radius of black holes. Thanks, Grubby. Nice. Awesome. You don't have to say that anymore. We're not doing guides anymore. It's okay. You can tell us your real feelings right now. Guess who's back? Back again.
Guess who's back?
Just a request, my friend. Okay. I do my best. Warcraft 2 Zeppelin or Warcraft 3? I will go on until I fail. Warcraft 3 has so few voice lines. How about I don't say much, but when I say something, it has to be on brand for the Zeppelin, in the Zeppelin quote. Where do I find the Zeppelin quotes? Goblin, Zeppelin, quotes, Warcraft 3.
What? Are you threatening me? Ah!
Okay, wait. I need to write down. What? Are you threatening me? I'm not gonna say anything that he doesn't.
Threatening me? Ah! Got
Okay,
it!
how would you spell that? How would you spell that? I think H-R-U-W. I think like this. Guys, we have a special request here from our dude Wheelhouse. He has requested that I cast this entire game only in the Goblin Zeppelin Warcraft 3 voice. After I say go, I won't say anything that isn't on brand for the Goblin Zeppelin. Alright, let's go.
Full speed ahead!
Full speed ahead!
I laugh in the face of danger!
Something is doing? Something is doing? Yes. Ready to work. What do you want?
Are you threatening me?
Happy to. Ready to work. Work complete.
I laugh in the face of danger!
We need more gold.
You scared me!
You scared me!
Yes, I can do that. We're ready to work. I obeyed the six made my life. Oh.
They all look like ants from here!
Taste of my brain.
Shiny buttons!
Ready to work. Yes, Lord.
They all look like ants from here!
More gold. Yes, Lord. Master, I am yours. Work complete. Oh. What task is there? Oh. What do you want? Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? What task is there? I am yours. Oh. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Something need doing? What task is there? Master? I am yours. Huh? What task is there? What do you want? Yes, Lord. Oh. Something need doing? What task is there?
Where's the equator? You worry about the towers. I'll worry about the mini-map.
Oh.
I'm going to die.
I am yours. Hey. What task is there? Excellent choice. Oh. Yes, are you hero and obey? I am yours. Huh? Okie dokie. Yes, Lord. Huh? Yes, what do you want? Oh. Haste my blade. Are you hero and obey? Master? I am yours. What task is there? Excellent choice. Hey. Yes! Something needs doing? I can do that. Yes, Lord. What do you want? Yes? Yes, Lord. What task is there? Ah! I am yours. Hey! What do you want? Oh, work complete. Be happy.
I'm going to die!
What task is there? Master? Yes? Oh, excellent choice.
Ah!
Work. I am yours. Master? What do you want? Yes, Lord. Yes! Oh! Yes! Be happy too. Be happy too. Yes, Lord. We're under attack! Are you hero and obey? What task is there? Work complete. Haste to my blade! Huh? I am yours. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes. What task is there? Oh, my life. Master, what do you want? I am yours. Excellent choice. Are you hero and obey? Yes!
Full speed ahead!
Haste to my blade! For the burning blade! Are you hero and obey? Hey! Yes! Hey! Excellent choice!
Look like ants from here!
Task is there.
Shiny buttons! Shiny buttons! You worry about the towers. I'll worry about the mini-map.
We're under attack!
Yee-hoo-wee!
Oh! Yes, Lord! Yes! What?
Are you threatening me?
Are you hero and obey? Ha! Hey! Yes! Are you hero and obey? I am yours. Excellent choice. Are you hero and obey? Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. Yes! Hey! Oh! Excellent choice. What do you want? What task is there? Yes! Are you hero and obey? I am yours. What task is there? Master,
Got
I
it!
am yours.
Full speed!
Got it! Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Lord. I am yours. What task is there? What do you want? Time to die. Yes, Lord. Hey. Oh, I am yours. Yes, Lord. Excellent choice.
Direct my blade.
We need more room.
Next victim.
Oh, are you hero and obey, Master? We're complete. We're under attack. I am yours. Yes. Oh.
Who'll be my next victim?
Yes, Lord. Hey.
Direct my blade.
Yes, Lord. Excellent choice. Are you hero and obey? We're under attack. Yes, excellent choice.
Use my power.
Full speed ahead!
Blade be thirsty.
Are you hero and obey? Hey, haste to my
Use
way.
my power.
I am yours.
Easy.
What task is there?
Die. Where our enemies be hiding.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. You might call something.
Direct
We're
my
under
blade.
attack. Lightning. I am yours.
Victim.
Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? Excellent.
Can anyone top the Zeppelin I'm audio clips?
Yes. Are you hero and obey?
My power. Where our enemies be
What
hiding.
task is there? I am yours.
Faster.
Excellent choice. What task is there? Haste to my blade. For the burning blade.
Next
I little earth and fire. I am yours. Yes. Oh. We need more room. Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? can't hurt this. Oh, excellent. We're under attack.
Direct my
Yes, Lord. What? Pass me down. I am yours.
Shiny buttons! Where's the equator? You worry about the towers. I'll worry about the mini-map. I'm going to die.
What? Pass me. We need more gold. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Oh. What? Pass me down. Excellent. Yes, Lord. Yes, yes.
Use my power. It be a pleasure.
I understand my law. I am yours. I am yours. For the whore. Yes. Yes, sir. Excellent choice. Yes, Lord.
Are you threatening me? Ah! War!
Yes, Lord. I am yours. Direct me. I am yours. Complete. Oh. Yes, Lord. I am yours. I am hero and obey. Do I kill? Pass me down. Oh. Yes, War Chief. Yes, Lord. Something you're doing? What task is there? How can I help?
Shiny buttons!
I am yours. Direct me.
You be my next victim. Use
Yes, Lord.
power.
I am yours. What task is
We are
there?
enemies.
Excellent choice.
Biden.
We're under attack. You will. Yes. Research the time. Yes, Lord. I am yours. What task is there? I can do that. Yes. Yes. Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. I am yours. How can I help? What do you want? What task is there? Yes, Lord. I am hero and obey.
Next victim.
Something you're doing? Work. Oh. Work complete. I am yours. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Oh. What task is there? We're under attack. Yes, Lord. Oh. I am yours. What task is there? Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am yours.
They all look like ants from here. Shiny buttons! Where's the equator? You worry about the towers. I'll worry about the mini-map.
Yes, I can do that. I am yours. Oh, yes, Lord. Right. I am hero and obey. Yes. What how can I help?
My power.
Something you're doing? What do you want? Happy to. What how can I help? Oh, yes. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Excellent choice.
Full speed ahead!
Yes. We're under attack. For the whore. What how can I help? Yes, Lord. Oh, I am yours. How can I help? What task is there? Direct me. Oh. What do you want? Yes, Lord. Yes, I am your chief. Excellent choice. Yes. What task is there? I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes. Haste to my blade. Oh. What task is there? Yes, Lord. We need more gold. Oh, direct me. What task is there? I am yours. Something you're doing? Yes, Lord. Yes, I am the chief. I can do I am yours. Yes. What do you want? Task is here. How can I help? What do you want? Oh. Yes, Lord Chief. A wise man. Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? And fire. Direct me, my God. What task is here? Yes. Oh. Yes, Lord Chief. Oh. Good task is there. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Excellent choice. Direct. Good task is there. Excellent. Yes, Lord. No harm. Yes, Lord. Can I help? I am yours. Yes.
We are enemies.
We're under attack.
We are enemies.
Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord Chief. Oh, right away. Good task is there. I am yours.
Full speed! And...
Direct me. Good task is there. Yes, Lord. How can I help? Good task is there. Yes, Lord.
Direct my
I am yours. Our town is under attack. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Good task is there. I am yours. Good complete. How can I help? Oh. Are you hero and me? Oh. How can I help? I am yours. For the whore. Good task is there. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. What do you want? Good task is there. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Oh. Excellent choice. What do you want? Good task is there. Yes, Lord. Not enough mana. Oh. Yes. I am yours. Yes, I am yours. Not enough mana. Excellent choice. Good task is there. Yes, Lord. For the whore. Yes, Lord. Direct.
We are enemies. Hiding.
Yes.
Will be my next big step.
Can't build there. I am yours. How can I help? Good task is there. Yes, Lord Chief. What do you want? Yes, Lord. I am yours. Yes. Are you hero and obey?
Hiding. We be charming.
Yes. What do you want? We need more gold. What task is there? What task is there? Why? Take to my blade. How can I help? Yes, Lord. Excellent. Direct. Right. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Why? Right. Direct. Yes, Lord.
Next big step.
What task is there? Direct me. Yes. Yes, Lord. Oh, yes. What do you want? Oh. Yes, Lord Chief. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Understood. What task is there? Oh. What task is there? How can I yes, help? Lord. For the whore. I am yours, Master. What task is there? Why? I am yours, Lord Chief. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord Jesus. Oh, what task is there? How can I help? We're under attack! Direct. Yes, Lord. Will be my next big step.
Full speed backwards!
I am yours. Take to my blade. Are you hero and obey?
Use my power.
What task is there? Yes, I am yours. Oh, yes, Lord. Oh, yes, Lord. Direct.
We are enemies.
Yes, I am yours, sir.
Who do I kill last?
Something in doing?
Use my power. It be It'd be a pleasure.
What task is there? Yes!
We are enemies.
Yes, I am yours. What task is there?
Be my next big death.
Oh, yes.
Direct
We
my
need more
blade.
gold.
Use my
Yes,
power.
Lord. Can I
Yes,
help?
we are enemies.
Ah!
Be hiding.
They all look like ants!
I am
Who
yours.
do I kill first?
Direct me. What task is there? What task is there? Oh, right yes, Lord. I am yours. Yes,
Direct
Lord.
my
Yes,
blade.
Lord. I am here and obey. Our town is under attack.
Bastard.
What task is there?
Kill first.
I am yours. Oh, yes, Lord Jesus. I am yours.
We are enemies. Be hiding.
Oh, direct me. Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. Can I help? What task is
Be
there?
my next
A
big
wise
death.
plan. Feel the ground
Direct
tremble.
my blade.
Something is doing. What task is there? We're under attack. Oh, yes.
Use
I am yours. Yes. Yes,
Who do
Lord.
I kill first?
Yes, Lord.
Be my
Lord
next
Jesus. What
big
task is
death.
there? How can
We
I
are
help?
enemies. Be
I am
hiding.
yours. Direct me. Oh,
Direct my
I am yours.
blade. We are enemies. Be hiding.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah,
What
man.
task is there?
Who do I kill first? Who be my next
I
big
am
death?
yours. What do you want? Yes, Lord. How can I help?
Use
Something
Got it!
direct my
Full
blade.
speed ahead!
there. Oh, we're under attack. Yes. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Understood. Direct. What do you want? I can do what task is there? Be happy to. Our town is under attack. I am yours.
Got it!
What do you want? Yes, Lord. Can I help? What task is there?
Direct my
I am yours. Something you're doing? We're under attack. Our town is under attack. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Yes.
use my power.
Work. I can do that. Boogie. Our town is under attack. Yes. Research your place. Boogie. Work. What task is there? Yes, Lord. What task is there?
We
I
are
am yours. Yes, Lord Jesus. Something you're doing?
I kill first.
We need more. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Direct my blade. Use my power.
What task is there?
Who be my
I am
next
yours.
big death?
Oh,
We
yes.
are enemies. Be
Yes,
hiding.
Lord.
Who be my next big death?
I am yours. What task is there? Yes, Lord Jesus. What task is there?
Blade.
I am yours. Our town is under attack. Oh, excellent choice. Hasten my blade. Yes. Right. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. What a whore. Directly. Right away. Yes. What a whore. Complete. What? How's he there?
Direct my blade, you bastard.
Yes, Lord. I am yours. How can I help? A director. A wise. Yes, sir. How can I help? Use my power.
Got it! Hardest request ever. I feel like the Transformer who is the yellow car in Transformers. Except I don't have enough lines. You're good at this game, Grubby. Yo, you too, Kevin. You too. That surround gave me some middle school gym locker room flashbacks.
I thank you.
Nice job.
Thanks. Goblin Zeppelin versus Kevin. Yeah, I'm happy with it, Papa Palpatine. They approached me. Well done, thank you, sir. That was great. Yo, thanks, man. Why was this game always so close? He had an expansion the whole game, and he did really good at denying a second expansion for me. And he pressured my main base. He also had a pretty good fight with Scroll of the Beast once, and a pretty good fight with Scroll of Protection once. Those scrolls help a lot. And I had Shadow 3 for a very long time with level 2 snakes, but his damage was so high that I was forced to use Heal Wave level 1. It's not that I shouldn't take snakes against mass hunts, I still should, but you generally don't want to use Healing Wave level 1 at all, if you can help it, if you can avoid it, but I couldn't avoid it. Despite having 2 armor upgrades, I was constantly forced to use Heal Wave, and that's very expensive. How did you get Cloak of Flames in the end? From the Magnetor level 8 creep in the bottom right. Was this a request? No, I destroy my voice for fun. Yes, it was a request from Wheelhouse. It was fun. But I need some water now. I feel like I need some... No, that's not what I want to say. I feel like I have a lot of respect for whoever voiced that Zeppelin. I'm feeling very sick, constant stomach... Oh no. That's not good, grapje. Maybe you should see a huisarts, a doctor. How could you kill the keeper with lightning shield? I never saw it before, that was insane. Nice, I'm glad.
Sapper game next. Primed and ready.
Primed and ready! What's happening? I wonder how much gold gets spent on items in a game like that. A lot. I bet the W3 champions guys would know. 777 septillion quintillion 7. I wonder, would you do an hero ultimate tier list for us? I think I've done one before, but I don't know how I tagged it on YouTube, so it would be hard to find. Sometimes the other way around, Seacom, yes. Do you think the Panda would do better in that matchup? I mean, if I could get like a level 5 Panda instead of Shadow... No, I think Blade Shadow better. Even if I could skip the whole part where Panda would be weaker. I mean, I'd be happy with a Panda 3rd. But I never made it to tier 3. In a game you got Crystal Ball. How do you value an item like that? So Crystal Ball does the same thing as a reveal from Goblin Laboratory. And that costs 50 gold and requires you to be present. And this one requires you not to sell it and to keep it in your inventory. But let's say that every Crystal Ball usage is 50 gold. And you can sell it for 200 gold or so? I don't know exactly how much. I think maybe 240. Yeah, actually I do know exactly. It's 240 gold. So you can sell it for 240 gold. So you can earn it back with 5 reveals. If you don't think that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th reveal is going to be very important, then you just use it once and sell it. But if you don't need the gold right away, you can use it once, twice, or 3 times, then sell it. And if you don't need the gold at all, you just keep using it. It can be nice. But you always use it immediately upon finding. And how do I value it? I'd rather have anything else. Usually.
We need more gold. Something we need more gold. What do you want? Yes. What do you want? Something need doing? Ready to work.
Who are you casting with this weekend? Most likely Killer Pigeon.
Yes. What do you want?
Normally pigeons eat grubs.
Something need doing? Yes. Something ready to work. Yes. What do you want? Work complete. Something need doing? Work complete. Yes. I can do that. What do you want? What do you want? Something need doing? Be happy to.
Oops.
Ready to work. Yes. Okie
What's the meaning of your stream title? What did I miss? Well, Blizzard just closed the Warcraft 3 PTR. That means they're done testing with it. They've taken enough of our feedback. Our feedback, and I'm mostly looking at map making community, architects, witty, because I haven't done any testing myself. Our feedback included a list of over 30 bugs, of which they fixed like 4. They said they'll get the rest done by themselves. They don't need us anymore. So, I guess I'm very curious to see if that's true. We will know when it goes live. Yeah, public test realm, yes. It's not pubic testicular rash. In case you were wondering. Public test realm. So he's going Archer into Hunter's Hall.
We need more lumber. We need more lumber.
That's interesting and unusual. Just like the rash.
We need more lumber. I am yours. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? Yes. What task is there?
Killer Pigeon's gonna be out of town? Oh, then it's gonna be someone else then. Then I don't know.
Oh, excellent choice. Ha! I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes. Yes. Oh. What task is there? I am yours. Are you hero and obey? What do you want? Oh. Yes. What task is there?
I'm gonna try to snipe the Ogre Mage 5 for a good item. And then I'll check out his natural expansion.
Excellent choice. Yes. Yes. Ha! What task is there? Time. Work complete. Oh.
Unlike against Keeper, against Demon, one does not need to be afraid for entangles. So you can actually use your grunts and be on the map. He didn't take this yet.
Oh, excellent choice. What task is there? Oh.
I could take his expo, but we must not forget he does have a Hunter's Hall. If I take his expo, it's gonna cost me a lot. I'm pretty sure he's Ancient Protector rushing me. That was a really weird attack that doesn't really seem to do anything. See? There's the AP. There was no way that that attack should normally do anything. He made it so suspicious.
I am yours. Something, Master? What task is there? I am yours. What do you want? Yes, Lord. Dabu. Oh, are you hero and obey? Yes, what you want? I am yours. Yes. Master, what do you want? What task is there? Yes, Lord. Something you're doing? I am yours. What do you want? Oh, what task is there? Haste to my blade.
He did recently eat.
Yes, Lord. Yes, haste to my blade. Yes. Oh. I am yours. What task is there? Oh, are you hero and obey?
We can use the residual Scroll the Beast to creep. It doesn't have to be a complete waste because like he didn't reinforce the attack, right? Actually, I think they're gonna dispel the Scroll the Beast here, the creeps. It's okay. They dispelled everything except Blade, which is perfect. Now I wonder, is it gonna be mass dryads or is it gonna be bears? That's the question. It could also be talents, actually. He just did this. Check his laboratory and his expo. Oh, here he is.
Excellent choice. What task is there? Oh, yes! Are you hero and obey? I am yours. Excellent choice. For the burning blade! Yes, Lord. Oh, use my power. Yes, Lord. I am yours.
I'm thinking it's probably Keeper of the Grooviness second. Yeah, there we go. So I was right to pull back.
We're under attack!
Oh, he saw me with dust. Oh
Cheers,
no,
Grub. How was TwitchCon?
I'm dead. That was really well done. It was great. Check my YouTube video. I have a recap on YouTube. I don't think I can do enough without my blade, so...
Are you hero and obey? I am yours. Yes! What task is there? I am yours. Yes, Lord. Are you hero and obey? What do you want? Oh! Excellent choice. Excellent choice. Research complete. What task is there? I am yours.
Without Dispel into bears, it will be tough. Thanks for the sub, Quissy. Because intelligence is also mana regen. Oh, he does have 2 dryads. It's not straight bears. I'll give it to the shadow quicker.
Excellent choice. I am yours.
Getting Kodobis now. So he's just gonna camp me, basically.
Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. What task is there?
His demon has Invis.
I am yours. Use my power. What task is there? Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Say the word. Task is there. Yes, Lord. I am yours. What task is there? What do you want? Time. No power. What do you want? Work complete. Mobile. Yes, Lord. Gobble. No power. Master. Gobble. Good. Task.
That mana pot was so costly, it's over. I lost so much, killed nothing. I had chances maybe to kill something, but with Hex and no snakes, no heal, no, there's no chance. It's well played. It's that blade loss that killed me. No, Wyverns are pretty bad against bears, because they get Orb of Venom. Even a few Dryads beat Wyverns. Orb of Venom, Keeper, Demon. It's too much. When he random dusted, when I ran into his base, but it's game sense. I wind walk into his base, he didn't see me go there, but he was guessing it. And then he locked me in with Moonwell, and I ran all the way back to his gold mine. And then he was able to kill me. Like, yeah, it was over. A couple of carriers might have done it. The question in my stream title, it really is about not just what they're doing with the PTR or how they're doing it, but the question is why and why now? That's what I still don't get. The simplest explanation would be to prep us for Warcraft Arclight Rumble.
What do you want? I can do that.
Chaos!
Something you're doing? Something you're doing? Be happy to. What do you want? Yes, ready to work.
It's their new mobile game in Warcraft IP.
Something you're doing? What do you want?
That's the only reasonable explanation that I have for them to take like a half-ass job approach to Warcraft suddenly. It's just so that in their next keynote for Warcraft Arclight Rumble, they can say, here at Blizzard, we always put the player first in crafting all of our game experiences. Warcraft 3, which has a storied history with us. And then some corporate BS.
We need more gold.
We lost that one, James Lewin, thank you.
Work complete. Be happy to.
You know what would be sick, guys? A PC-only game, Warcraft themed Battle Royale. Becomes #1 game on Twitch. I become #1 streamer on Twitch. Twitch Rivals event. Pokimane versus Ninja versus Grubby. It's gonna happen. Pokimane wins. And TSM scene becomes the #1 Twitch chatter. Nice.
Are you hero and obey? What task is there? Hey, yes, are you hero and obey? What you want? Yes, Lord. Yes, I am yours. Mobile.
Which FPS are you playing tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? It's Thursday. I haven't decided which one yet. What do you recommend? Chat. TSM signed Grubby too. Half-Life 3. Warcraft Global Offensive.
Excellent choice. Yes, Lord. Hey. What task is there? I am yours. What do you want? Can't build there. What task is there? I am yours.
I'm playing Age of Empires 4 on Wednesday.
Yes, Lord. Excellent choice. What task is there?
Kirby, are you the top streamer from your country? I am top 3. There's a full Dutch streamer called QC. He is a rapper, interviewer, reactor, gamer streamer.
I am yours. Yes, Lord.
And he streams in Dutch. 3K viewers.
They could buy the Path of Exile devs and make a Warcraft-themed hack and slay with actually good gameplay and some PvP, potentially a standalone Battle Royale client first.
Sounds good to me. Let's do it. And then there is, of course, Thijs.
I am yours.
He's number 1. I'm number 2 or 3.
I am yours. Work complete.
Where do we go?
Are you hero and obey? What task is
There we
there?
go. Wait. Oh, he was random. Guys, he was random. No 4-on-4 today. I'm a 1-on-1 aficionado now.
Yes, Lord. Yes. Huh? What task is there? I can do that. Happy to. Something you're doing? Happy to. Yes. What task is there? Something you're doing? I am yours. This. What you want? Yes, Lord. Oh. Yes. What task is there? Something you're doing? I can do that. Oh. What do you want? Yes, Lord. Yes. My life. I am yours. What do you want? What task is there? Yes, Lord. Yes, Doctor. Oh. Ah. What do you want? I am yours. Great. Yes. I am yours. Oh. Master? We're under attack. Yes, Lord.
I don't know if he expanded, right? Because I didn't realize that he was random and I was thinking he's probably orc. I didn't do any scouting.
Yes. What do you want? Oh.
I think we're in an okay spot. The fact that he's staffed out is okay.
Haste my blade. What do you want? Time to die. What task is there? Ah! Yes, Lord. Huh? Yes. Oh. I am yours. Excellent choice.
He should be attacking Blade. Always retarget to Blade, because he has the most armor.
Something build there. Something doing. Yes, Lord. Oh. Our town is under attack. What task is there? Big Deb. I am yours. We are eating. What task is there? Oh. Haste my blade. Yes, Lord. What you want? I am yours. Yes. What task is there? Research. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Yes. Oh. Yes. Are you hero and obey? Oh.
Okay, where were we?
Complete. We need more gold.
That trick will never not be annoying. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Okay, let's see if he's expanding. We'll take the small green camp here, opposite the gold mine first. He did not expand, so his all-in was genuine, if poorly engineered.
We're under attack.
Ring of Superiority, Kekwe. It's funny, Fairy Fire on Blade, but he still has 3.5 armor.
Time to die. For the horde! Yes. I am what do you want? Yes, Lord.
I mean, it still hurts, don't get me wrong.
Excellent choice. I am yours. Yes, sir. What task is there? What task is there? How can I
Getting armor upgrade now.
What do you want? Oh, yes, Lord. Yes, I am yours. Are you hero?
Quickly check underneath me.
Tazdingo man.
Oh,
What task is there? Yes. I am yours.
it's talents now.
Something to do. We need more gold. Oh, yes, Lord. What task is there? I am yours. Oh, yes. I am yours. My call.
Faster. Yaman. Leisure.
What task is there? Oh, yes. Research complete, Master. I am yours. How can I help? Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Hey, yes, I am yours. Master? Yes, Lord. Oh, time. Lord, yes. Alive. Lord, Master. Haste to my blade. Direct. Right. Master, stop work and I am yours. Yes, Lord. Are you here? I am yours. I live. Oh, what do you want? Yes, Lord. What are you there? Yes, yes, Lord. What are you there? Excellent. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Yes, Lord.
Maybe I gave too much free damage there.
Can't build there. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Oh, fire. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes. Oh, yes. What task is there? Oh, yes. Yes, Lord. Yes. What task is there? I am yours. I am yours. What task is there? Take to my blade. Yes, Lord. Oh. Yes! What task is there? Excellent choice. Next research complete. Oh. Yes, Lord.
Time.
I am yours.
Hello.
Oh.
Can I help you?
I am yours, Lord Chief. What do you want? Master, what task is there? Yes, Lord. We're under attack. I am yours.
Use my power.
Zug Zug.
Use my power.
Yes, Lord. Can I help? Task is there. Master? No power. Stop something you're doing. Yes, Lord. Yes. How can I help? What task is there? Research complete. Yes, Lord Chief. I am yours. My power. Oh. What task is there? Yes, yes, Lord. I am yours.
Your enemies be hiding.
Oh, I am yours.
Direct my blade.
Direct me. What task is there? Yes, Lord. Yes.
Do I have pillage? No, I don't.
What task is there? Hey, are you hero and obey? Excellent choice. How can I help?
I'm gonna have to put a more defensive posture to make sure that he doesn't go to my expansion. I had the ability to creep like this, it was on the way, but I decided not to. He could be right here. Now, against talents, it's interesting. Generally, you want to sell a lot of stat buffing items because you're gonna spend a lot of time flying anyway. But I think it's good enough to keep some stuff on blades. Perhaps not the belt of strength. Money can be spent better going for something else like heal scroll. It's just, you know, he's gonna be in the air. Like, yeah, there'll be some focus fire with fairy fire and acid bomb, but it's not worth keeping belt for that. Belt Lorda. This is better. Oh my god, that's way too many rings.
I am yours.
I was thinking, what if this
Yes, Lord.
Use my power.
I am yours.
Grunt finds him?
Yes, Lord. I am yours. Ready to work. How can I help?
Now, snakes would be better now.
I am yours. Yes. Direct. Ready to ride. Next to my blade. Yes, Lord. Yes. What task is there? Right. I am yours. Yes, chieftain. Yes. Can't build there. Something to do. Yes. Yes, Lord. Feel the ground.
So he doesn't have an expansion, we know that. He might expand in the center, the only other available gold mine. It's unlikely. We can get pillage. Since we kind of have him in a gridlock, we can go get pillage, get a TP, play for the red spot, TP out if need be. solidify the defenses on our expansion. He did do the red spot. I don't even know what it is. He's probably going for the other one now that I think of it. This is a nice...
Who you want me to kill? What task is there?
Creep.
How can I help?
We're gonna go over 50, so we're gonna kill some Moonwells. Then he can't go over 50. And then when we're going over 50, we're gonna have a bigger army.
How can I help? Ready to ride. Ready to ride. What? Yes, sir. How can I help? Fire. We need more What task is there? War chief. I am your understood. Yes,
It's fine.
Yes, sir. What? Yes, sir.
Direct my blade. Use my
What
power.
task is there? I am your
I'm gonna get attack upgrade for the headhunters.
What task is there?
What you want me to do?
Yes,
War
sir.
chief? What you want me to do? Vengeance for
I
soldiers.
am yours.
How can I
I am
help?
yours. Ready to ride. I will let go. Yes, sir. Yes, teacher. Yes, sir. I am yours.
GG. It's GG, we got his cloak.
Move faster. Yeah, man.
How can I help? Yes, sir. You want me to
GG. Nice. I'm surprised at your record, Grub. Yeah, it's not correct. It's from last season. I need to send a DM to the maker of the app. My record is 19.8. What did it say? Is it 19.8? I thought it was better. But yeah, it must be 19.8. Does Lucky Crits have anything to say while early creeping? Anyway, 19.8 is good. It means you're still going up. You're at the MMR you are. You've played at the MMR you are, but you're going up. That means you're higher MMR than what you are. It says 23.19. Yeah. Keep in mind that it's purely MMR based on W3C, even when a new season begins. So anyone is going to have between 48 to 52% win rate. I have 70. That means that I'm under the MMR that I'm playing at right now. But anyway, it's just numbers. Blademaster with the ring smacking people. Pimp hands. Are you aiming for first top 3? No, I'm just playing. Yeah, Dogo is very tired. Wait, there's new 4-on-4 maps? Let's check it out. I have to queue up for a bit in order to see them. In order to download them. So MMR is your true expected skill level, your matchmaking rating. It's how good the system thinks you are. RP are rank points, and they are the combination of grind points and your MMR. The rank points are what ranks you. Rank points include a standard fixed multiplication of your MMR, and then supplements it with what is known in games as either a bonus pool or a anti-XP decay. So XP decay and bonus pool is essentially the same system. Warcraft 3 and SC2 had these systems. What it means is you gain points, either a max per season or unlimited per season, based on the amount you're playing. Every time you win, you gain more. Every time you lose less or nothing, or neutral. So that may sound complicated to you, but let me put it this way. What if every time you won, you got 1 extra point, and every time you lost, nothing happened? And you win 100 points when you win, and you lose 100 points when you lose. But you get judged by the plus 100, minus 100, not by the 1 point. So eventually, you're still playing at the same level you are, you get judged by the same, thing, but you'll always keep gaining a point now and then. That's what grind bonus is. And if it is uncapped, you'll see a meteoric inflation of the top points at the top of the rank, like in AoE 4 right now. Like last season of AoE 4, season 1, you had people that were rank 1 that had like 500 points more than the next guy, because they played a lot and they won a lot, which is weird. So what W3 Champions employs is a capped grind bonus. They decide an amount of games that they would like people to play to prove their mettle. Let's say it's 150 games. For 150 games long, you're gaining bonus points. And after that, no more. This stimulates everyone to play 150 points, which populates the ladder and makes for better matchmaking because more people are playing. After all, if you beat all the best players twice, but you only play 20 games, you have the highest MMR on the server, but you haven't played enough so that a dude with 50% win rate at a much lower level, he plays 150 games in the same time, he gets so much grind bonus, he's over you in rank. So you can see there's a 20-0 dude that's actually the best, but he's rank 11. And then you've got the grind guy, he's rank 1. So if the talented guy wants to be higher, then he also has to go play at least 75 or 100 games or 150. This is the exact same thing as MMR DK, but reframed as a positive thing. Not playing and losing DK is the same as playing more and gaining more points. It's just two sides of the same coin. Rank points, I believe they give 150 games of bonus points per game you play, and then they multiply your MMR by like 4 or something. So for instance, if my MMR is 2k, then that's 8k, and then I can get 1,000 bonus points, something like that. Yeah, I like the system, of course, it's good. It stimulates people to play, and it still ranks people fairly. /FPS/APM/ping. Cabrier. Hi, Silathane. What's up? Okay, I finished downloading the 4-on-4 maps. Now we can see a preview for them. Let's see. Vanguard Point. Huh? Wow. What? No kidding. Wow. One guy is like completely exposed in the center. And then the other three are kind of together facing away. I wonder if the bases are connected for the 2 gold mines in the center. Like, are blue and teal, do they have an open base layout or do you need to go all the way through? I think it'd be really frustrating if you have to go all the way around. I bet this is open, but it doesn't remove. Yeah, they're connected. That's good. This is still very exposed. I wonder what these are. Tavern, Mercamp, Laboratory, Shop? No, these are probably the taverns. This is probably Laboratory. And this is probably Shop, Merc or something. Yeah, teal and green are going to take one for the team for sure. Bottom Expo is treed in, but a green. Oh yeah, I see. Interesting. I bet Lamau already has an expansion plan for it. I've seen you learning Age of Empires 2 the other day. Will you continue playing, Grubby? Hell yeah, I'm playing on Friday. Who is this?
Had to toss you a sub after watching that game with Hitman yesterday. Well played, King.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Toss us up to your grubber. Oh, twitched out of plenty. Twitched out of plenty. Yo ho ho.
What do you want? Ready to work, yes? Something needs
See, he was human. We haven't played against human in a very long time. Very long indeed.
yes. Ready to work. Something needs doing.
Oh, he's orc. Thank you. Why did I think he's human? Oh, he was using the human portrait. Thank you, Marchie. He's orc.
Ready to work. You can't build there. Work, work.
You had some spare time to watch Witcher on Netflix, Grubster? Yeah, I squeezed in season 2 while I was sleeping because it was so boring. I just turned it on and fell asleep. Like a lullaby. Season 1 was really good, season 2 kind of sucked. Tell me I'm wrong.
What do you want?
I didn't think season 2 was that bad. Well, I'm genuinely glad you enjoyed it. I was waiting for something cool to happen. Felt like Cinderella's story with the Beauty and the Beast episode, what, 2 or something? Didn't think the makeup was that good. Never liked Ciri as a character in the show. I want to root for the character, but I can't. Goes from petulant and difficult to randomly proving herself on the obstacle course. It didn't feel, to me it didn't feel believable. They didn't manage to convince me. It was too obvious. You like the one with the female flying creature? I'm glad some people enjoyed it. I'm gonna try the Lin 1 attack upgrade that he used against Undead. I want to see if I can make it work in this matchup.
Where you want me go? Where you want me go? Who you want me to look out? What you want me do? You got it. My eyes are open. What you want me do? What? Who you want me to where you want me go? Where you want me go?
Mirror matches. Let's win.
Yes, you want research complete.
Why? Don't mess with the
something you're doing? What do you want?
What you want me eyes are open.
Yes, just what do you want?
Where you want me go? Anything you want. Who you want me kill?
Something you're doing?
Destiny away.
What do you want?
You need my counsel.
Something you're doing? Yes.
My eyes are open.
Yes. We're under attack! What do you want?
He got the full kill.
Something you're doing?
Vengeance for you.
Something you're doing? I mean, yes. What do you want?
My eyes are open. Where you want me go?
Something you're doing? Work.
What you want me do? Strike.
We're under attack!
Who you want me kill? What you want me do? Watch out. Who you want me go? Casting goal. Who you want to watch out. What you want me to do? What you want me to do? Who you want eyes are open. Work complete. I see. Strike. Believing. Work complete. You, my counsel. My eyes are open. Vengeance will come. You need my counsel. Of course. What do you want? What you want me to do? Of course. What is believing? It is disbelieving. I see. Look out. My eyes are open. Yes. Disbelieving. Vengeance I see. What? My eyes are open. We're under attack. Who you want me to kill? Yeah. Definitely away. You need my counsel. Where you want me go? Anything you want. Who you want me to kill? Got it. Yeah. What you want? What you want me to do? You need my counsel.
He killed so many, huh?
Want to see some use my power is believing. My eyes are.
Maybe we can cancel this.
You want me go? My eyes are.
I think maybe we can.
What?
Yeah, he believes that we will cancel it too.
My counsel. Where you want me go? What? Who you want me to watch out. We're complete. We're under attack. Who be my next big death? Use my power. Who be my next big my eyes are open. He is believing. It is certain. Who do I kill first? You need my counsel. Direct my eyes are open. What you want me to do? What you want me to do?
He killed so many.
I see. Use my power.
But let's see what he does next. Aha.
Who be my next big death? We are enemies. My eyes are open. My counsel. Research big death. We are patient. Move faster. Rise. My eyes are we are enemies. We be German. We be German. Who do I kill first? Where you want me to go? As Bingo Man. Use my power. Right. Direct my blade. Strike. Who I kill first? Strike. Behind. Destiny away. Use my power. Yeah, man. You be my next big death. Direct my blade. My eyes are ready to ride. I need more gold. Say the word. Direct my blade. We're under attack. Faster. It be a pleasure. Something to do. Be my next big death. Use my power. Yes. Who be my next big death? We are enemies. My eyes are open. Who do I kill? He is alive. Watch out. Direct my blade. Watch out. Ready to ride. Yes, Chieftain. Something to do. My eyes are hero. We're under attack. My counsel. Say the word. Research complete.
Huh.
Of course.
Not perfect, but good enough.
Do you need my counsel? Look out. What you want me to do?
There's no way he can stop us now. Can't stop us, can't stop us. Ooh, 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 ooh. I like it, I like it. Tavern Hero 3rd? Nah, I'm supply blind. I'll get an attack upgrade instead.
Watch out, who be my next big death as Dingo Man. destiny. Who you want me to use my power? What you want me to do? Yes. Ready to ride. What you want me to go? Yes, chieftain. Who you want me to crush? What you want me to do?
Yeah, we'll get pillage. Always too late. His blade? When does it come out? I should have had a mental clock.
Who you want me to kill?
Yep, clock.
What you want me to do? What you want me to do? My eyes are open. Need something. My eyes are open.
Oh, good.
Say the word.
Oops.
Direct my blade.
GG. Cool. Wow, he lost a lot of... I mean, I lost a lot of headhunters. Did you guys expect we could still win? After that. Oops. Good night. No, yeah. Yeah, he spent a lot of money on heal solving the blade. And he probably threw a little bit in my base. I think he needed to back that up. I think he needed to back that up with higher shadow level. Like whatever he did. Kill all those headhunters, then fall back and start creeping. And he tried, but he crept the goblin shop, which was pretty greedy. There is a reason Hitman usually levels his blade to level 3 before doing any attacking. Yeah, the stat points you get, the finishing power, the survivability, the extra health and mana, yeah, it's so good. I wonder if he could have capitalized easily on the headhunter kills by just falling back. But it's like, he's getting headhunter kills, right? But we're still creeping. And he did lose some grunts as well. So, unless his hero levels ever get good, I'm still gonna keep making headhunters all the time. And I'll still have them. So, let's see where he went wrong. Firstly, nice item. Claw, circlet. He comes in. Gets one headhunter. It's not good a second. Did you see that? He looked at the headhunter. He's like, nah. Love it. To get that confirmation that you know that he was actually there. Does he get another Oh yeah, the boots. That is a particularly big expense. Boots of speed. Then he lost one grunt there to kill another headhunter. Kill another headhunter. And then another. Hog. Then he went for Beast Tree Totem. He's down to just 2 grunts, so he can't creep. Kills another one. But I took a whole camp. I'm level 3 now with lots of items. And he's level 2. Totem cancelled. I wanted to see if he got in lumber problems. He did not. No lumber problems. But the wolves remaining did prevent him from making totem again quickly. So double cancel and a bit of a delay on the next. No link. This is what I wanted to know. How are we doing right now? I'm 28 pop. I've got 3 headhunters with an attack upgrade. And snare and tier 3 coming along. I'm level 3.3 and 1.1. He's 2.4, 1.3. Items, a little bit comparable. Maybe mine's slightly better. Let me move that sub goal so you can see the items properly. Yeah, pretty even items. And then he's 32 population, but he's not on the way to tier 3. And he's getting a snare as well, and more grunts. 4th grunt. And he doesn't have grunt upgrade yet. That's a mistake. Brute strength. And then the main issue is, every time he creeps with these low levels, he has to rely a lot on healing solve. And when I creep, I just get wolf resummons. So yeah, we are actually in a much better spot right now. The damage upgrade does seem to work. I'm not convinced about it, Docker Power. I don't think that's why we got it. Yeah, and this was favorable for us because of the Wand of Mana Steel. If he stole the Ogre Mage and the Wand of Mana Steel, because I bet I had 3 times as good ping as him. So if he stole the Ogre Mage and the Mana Steel, I think he wins this engagement, maybe.
Work complete. We're under attack.
Yeah, okay, he did do his macro a bit. But ideally he would make 4th Burrow and Warmill now to start Kodo.
Ready to ride.
And he ends up almost losing both heroes. Forgetting macro again, 800 gold. Yeah.
We're under attack.
Yeah, now it's just too low level as well.
Ready to ride. Want to see some?
Hiccup, do you think attack upgrade is more valuable than regeneration? I think you get both. But did you see my cast and did you see the Lin Happy series? Of course you did, Savorkas. You saw at least the Lin Happy series. He gets the attack upgrade, he gets the regen as well. Did I not get regen? I should. Yeah, I think so too, Gronk. But like, I was leading no matter what, because I was going tier 3 and he was not. Thanks very much for the subs, guys. I appreciate that. J-Press with the 3 months and Awaken with the Prime. It's okay to use it, Sign Finland. Thanks, TQB. I just saw the best thumbnail. I don't want to spoil
Recently
it for
found your
Viper.
HOTS YouTube, Grubby. Been really enjoying it. I'm a previous GM in US West. Super enjoyable stuff.
Yo, Naviamenter, cool. That's awesome. Just found my HOTS. Shared with the class. Yeah, I'm only gonna show you guys what I'm about to show for 1 second. Because this is a thumbnail from my friend, the Viper. And this is gonna be on a video that he's gonna upload on his YouTube channel. So you will get 1 second to see it only. Do not screen cap this. The next time you'll enjoy it will be on his YouTube. That's it. It's so funny. Altogether it was 1 second. The wrist strap, it's nothing. It certainly wouldn't protect any tendons that I had. Do not believe that you can protect your tendons with a piece of cloth, guys. Remember, if your body whispers pain, listen to it, else it will end up screaming. This is just for chafing on my skin. When I'm on the mouse pad doing my thing, doing my moves, need to make sure I get less chafing, and this is softer than my mouse pad. Did you enjoy AoE 2? I really enjoyed it. There's 2 things I did not like about AoE 2. Hopefully I can get over it. And they're pretty small and they're pretty big. I think it's a little soft toy, Red Factor. Random again. Northern Isles. What are those two things? When I rapid fire, give commands to different control groups, I have the feeling that there's input delay and the wrong unit goes to the wrong place. This never happens to me in Warcraft 3. Or StarCraft 2, but it happens in Age of Empires 4 and 2. I will give you an example the moment I'm done microing my peons.
We need more gold.
And it happens to me in Heroes of the Storm as well. So, in short, I control my units too fast for HATs, AoE 2, AoE 4, but it's fine in Warcraft and StarCraft, aka it's the fault of the game, not me. Input delay or something. Look, I'll show you now. I'm gonna rally my altar here and my barracks here once. See? That's fine. Now what if I constantly rally them to their own respective place? Altar somewhere here and barracks somewhere here. Very fast, but they're still in their own place. Unless I know that I made a mistake. Still in their own place. And I feel when I make a mistake. I know when I make a mistake. And I'll check it and I'll tell you, right? So I can tell you that that felt 100% natural to me and they were exactly where I expected them to be. But when I do the same thing in Age of Empires 4 or 2, what I find is that the wrong thing is in the wrong place. And that is very annoying. That means that I'll send my Blademaster on the map and I send my workers at home and suddenly there's a worker on the map. Do you know what I mean? That's what's happening. So I constantly rally my Age of Empires 2 town centers somewhere where it's not supposed to go. And it's the same thing AoE 4. Should I rally to my hero or is that a noob move? Yeah, you definitely want to rally to your hero. That is not a noob move, that's standard meta. My first guess from the little I know of peripherals is that there's a desync of keyboard and mouse inputs, meaning that actual real-life order is not guaranteed if the inputs are within a certain time window. Then why does it never go wrong in Warcraft, StarCraft, Red Factor?
I am yours. Yes, Lord. Oh, are you hero and obey? What task is there? Build more burrows. I am yours. Yes, complete.
Didn't know if it was a bad way to lose reinforcements. Yeah, that's true. But then just don't lose them then. It can happen, of course, like that. Just don't let it happen. Oh, he went Hunter's Hall. And he is going to tier 2, so it's probably... That's it, I'm dead. He's probably gonna go for bears.
Under attack! Oh, yes, Lord. Excellent choice. Excellent choice. Yes, yes, Lord. What task is there? Are you hero and obey? Huh? Yes, Master. Loktar. What do you want? Dabu. Oh. Yes! I am yours! Huh? Yes, Lord! Excellent choice! Are you hero and obey? Yes! Excellent choice! Are you hero and obey? I am yours! What
Sentry Ward.
Yes! Excellent choice! Are you hero and obey? Yes! Excellent choice! Are you hero and obey? Yes! Oh! Yes!
I'm hitting like a truck.
Excellent choice.
128 crit. Nice.
Yes, Lord. Excellent choice. Huh? Oh, what do you want? Can't build I am yours. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Yes.
Is he really?
Oh, are you
No,
here
he's not.
and obey? Hey, yes. Master, look I am yours. Yes. I am yours. Yes. Excellent choice.
Just forcing him to use the greater heal.
Yes.
He's not feeling particularly forced.
Excellent choice. What do you want? Yes, Lord.
But he's low enough.
Are you here and obey, Master?
Low enough for me to be happy with the day's work.
What task is there? Ha! Excellent choice. Yes, I am yours. Yes, Lord.
I might die here.
What task is there?
Real scary.
Are you here and obey?
Who do I kill last?
Oh! Ha! Yes! Hey, I am yours. Yes, Lord. Hey, are you here and
Or not.
obey?
Who be my next victim?
I am yours. We're under attack. Yes.
I needed every single one of those claws of attack and slippers to stay alive. Imagine trying to use units against heroes. Omega lols.
Work complete. Oh. Yes, Lord.
By the way, I need to send a peon to his expansion. Once he notices that I've prepped it, he may... Oh, damn it, I almost got it.
Haste to my blade.
Be my next victim.
Ready to ride.
We are hiding. Move faster. It
What task is there? Yes, Lord.
do I kill now?
Yes, Lord. What task is there? Haste to my blade. I am yours.
Who be my next victim? We be charming. Yeah, man. Direct my blade.
Yes, Lord.
I am
Demon Panda is very strong.
What do you want?
we are
What task is there? Yes, Lord. Research the word. Oh, haste to my blade. Excellent. Need something. What task is there? One. Yes, I am yours. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Ha! Oh, say the word. What task is there? For the burning blade. What task is there? I am yours. Oh,
Oh, crap.
our hero has been slain.
direct my blade.
What trouble? Work complete.
I am next victim. I am one.
Yes, London. We need more gold. We need more gold. Need something. Work complete.
You be my next victim.
I am yours. Yes, we need more gold. Yes, Lord. What task is there? Come on. Oh, are you here?
I am one. You be my next
We're
victim.
under attack. I am
Direct
yours.
my blade. Move
What
faster.
task is there?
What do
Yes, Lord.
Yes, stop.
I am yours.
We need
What task is there? We need more gold. We need more gold.
I think I'm losing
Yes, Lord. What do you want?
because
What task is there? Yes, Lord.
I took too much fight.
Oh, something is doing? Yes, Lord. Are you here and obey?
We are enemies. Hide. Direct
Before Shadow 3.
I am master. What task is there? I am yours.
trouble is my power.
Something need doing? What task is there?
Call.
Oh,
I dream
yes.
that will be my
But I do have good items. Pretty decent.
I am one. Next big
And Shadow is finally 3. And Panda is 1.
I am yours. What task is there?
I think it's attack time.
Yes, Lord. I am yours.
We get heal scroll and we go.
Oh,
He doesn't have any creeps here. We cleaned that out earlier, so that makes it difficult for him. So he would have to go here if he's looking to do anything at the bottom of the map. No, I think I'm actually winning.
what task is
And his moonwalls are empty.
there? Yes, Lord. Haste to my blade. Ready to ride. Yes, Lord.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Need something. I am yours. Trouble. I see.
And we killed the 3 bear. Yeah, it's over. We get to deal with the Ancient of War nice and early.
I am. Yes, Lord. That's right. That's right. I am yours. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. I am yours. Look me out there. Say the word. I am yours. Yes, Lord. I am one. Not enough man. Need something. Look out there. Haste to my blade. Yes, Lord. I am Strongholds.
Nice. There was a very quick change in the judgment of the game when I realized, like, hey, that natural expansion that I cleared out earlier is actually really conducive to a good creeping, anti-creeping style feng shui. Because, like, now he's forced to either go to the Goblin Laboratory on the left side, this one, or to the red spot, which is too hard. This one is too easy for me to find. These two have been cleaned out for the most part. There's like 3 trolls left. This is gone. All the greens are gone. He's forced to go to the arachnids. And although I lost so much health and mana and some units pre-Shadow 3, he did much of that fight with Panda level 1. And then he could at the max get 2, which means a Shadow 3 versus Panda level 2 at the moment. So he did get the Demon 3, but we had a lot of claws and slippers, which just gave better trades than I would normally have the ability to get. Then all this happened. We did kill the Panda, which helps. We had to fight against his Huntress. This felt like a bad fight. Yeah, my blade ended up dying once. But he's level 1.5 and he can't find anything nearby. This is the really difficult moment in the game for him. So he's forced to go for the arachnids here. He gets level 2, but is now out of position and loses a Bearer Shop and an Ancient of War. He has no wisps left and he's using all of them, 16 wisps. So 42 pop is the only thing that he has. At least if he had shot, he could still get heal pot mana proc, but he's down. 21 wood, Bear's AFK. Noob ally AFK, GG. We have faced 0 humans today. It's almost all night elves. But that could just be a coincidence. Even when Weirtick got random, he was an elf twice. Think we losing? Proceeds to slice them to bits. Will you be at Rara Land? I think probably not. Realistically. Though it would be fun. Do you ever lose? Yeah. I have 21 wins, 8 losses. So I lose. And I'm not at my true rank yet, apparently. So it's going to be very different when I'm facing all the top players. Though we did win a couple of cool games already against some. I'd like to get into ladder instead of living in customs, but the APM requirement and the learning every keybind and tech is just far too daunting. Well, maybe you'll enjoy watching on Friday, Kaylang. Viper had never played Warcraft 3 in his life. And I started coaching him last week. And on Friday, I'll continue coaching him. So you can see how the average Norwegian pro gamer, the GOAT of all time in Age of Empires, would approach learning Warcraft 3 while being coached by the goats of the Netherlands and maybe Europe in Warcraft 3. I get along pretty well with him. Sierra Morgan. Yeah, good stuff. Made me start following you. No kidding. From that collab? +1 Kek W. Hey Grubby, I was wondering what I should or can do against Orc, Berserker Shaman spam as human. Been having trouble against this matchup in my low elo. Alright, I'll show you. Let's spend some time helping you guys with your game plan. We can do AMA. You can AMA me anything. And also you can ask about strats. I'm gonna give you a quick mock-up of how it may look like. Let's do Secret Valley. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You said human against Orc. They go Berserker Shamans. Can you explain to me why there are no or close to no cheeses in Warcraft 3? Is it just because they never work? Yeah, I can explain. First, let me show you a cheese. There's this one. Barracks first, into farm. Ignore the cheating part, okay? I know it's hard to ignore because you're all ethical as heck. But this is how the build would look like. You open with barracks, then you go altar and farm. You send your footies to the tavern. You hire a Fire Lord. You pretend that this Blood Mage is actually a Fire Lord. You make a third farm, a lumber mill. You bring 5 militia, 3 footies and a Fire Lord. You go straight with level 1 to your opponent. This only works against Orc and Night Elf. Best against Orc, second best Night Elf, then Undead. It's not going to be very easy to do against Undead at all. And it's not good against Human. And the reason is Warcraft 3 base defense is quite good. So a lot of the cheeses, aka level 1 hero attacks, you'll run into enemy base defenses that are a bit too good at that point in the game. But if you press Who's Your Daddy, that's a lot easier, because now you've got a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage. Flex Seal. So you come in, you're gonna make 1 tower with a lot. Then you make a few towers like that. First one is Arcane Tower. Then you go Guard Towers. And that's the Firelord Tower Rush. And this is pretty much how that's gonna look like. Now, that's a cheese that can work, but like I said, like if you try that against human, they just call militia and they stop your attack. So why should it work? And that's the case for most cheeses. Now, let's show how to play human against Orc. 5 in gold, you make the altar. And I'm gonna give a couple of tips. So the main issue with human against Orc, when they go Farseer harass, is that you end up kind of become entangled with their Feral Spirit spam. And those Feral Spirits, they end up resummoning over and over, and you take damage on your Archmage, you take damage on your footies, and so on and so on. There's a couple of ways you can approach it. There's basically 2 strats that you could do. Do you want to fast tech and level up your MK big time? Or do you want to beat them back in tier 1? Who's the person that asked me about this? Wolf Clan. Don't you want a 1500 MMR Orc enemy? No, I'm mostly just giving the concept. Wolf Clan. So, I'm gonna show you one variation of what you could do, okay?
Job's done. Job's done. What? Righto.
I'm assuming you know how to do a proper build order. If not, follow my Bloody Beginner Human Guide.
What is it you can work?
I'm doing a proper build order now, so you can copy this as well. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do in order to counter Farseer, Headhunter, Shaman, Bloodlust. I'm going to level up my Mountain King. I'm gonna super fast tech. My goal will not be to creep a lot in the early game. My goal will be to take 0 damage in the early game.
Say the word. What do you need? Of course. Ready to work. Aye, my lord. Yes, my liege.
To this end, we are going to militia creep with 5 militia. Not 4, but 5. We go to 24 population. Footies.
More work.
What do you need?
Yes, me lord.
What is it now?
What is it?
Say the word. What is it now? What do you need? Let me go. Well, ready for action.
What is it? What? Yes, me lord. Work.
Then we're gonna send back our militia. We finish whatever orange camp we can find. We go back home. We force return wood. We level up to tier 2. And we count the amount of chops until we have enough wood for a second farm. We do that. We go stand at home and we defend against Feral Spirit Harass. Now he's gonna attack this peasant. We militia it away. We start with a new one. Okay. We are not planning to get level ups. We are planning to stand here and take no damage. So we'll first get a blacksmith and a 3rd farm. Actually, blacksmith before 3rd farm is better. Because we're not going to use the food that the farm frees up. However, the 3rd farm is usually in front and the peasant can get harassed, so you want to get that over with.
Job's done.
We'll make 1 more farm. And we will try not to make lumber mill or arcane vault. We're still defending against feral spirits. We are summoning militia to protect peasants. I want to make sure that we have a realistic wood income that is similar to what you may expect. That's why we are using militia to defend against feral spirits. Okay, he's actually never gonna leave. So we can just kind of fast forward.
Job's done.
Upgrade complete. What is it? Yes, my liege.
Now we have arcane. He may leave. We're gonna go to the green camp. We're gonna make a rifleman.
You require my assistance.
More work. Yes, me lord.
What do you need? Upgrade complete.
Mountain King when tier 2 finishes. And we take the smallest camp we can find to secure level 2. Note, we don't have enough wood for Sanctum. This is okay. It's all about rifles and MK. Now we're gonna look for headhunters and we're gonna take meaningless fights. Fights where we don't have any hope necessarily to kill any headhunters, but we just want to keep him busy. I will pretend that this guy... No, I will just go to the base of them.
What is it?
Now we can make a Sanctum.
Yes, me lord.
We can power build it. So this is how it'll look like. You play to do damage and take little damage, but you don't play to kill. You keep them busy, you force future heal solves. Your Mountain King is so early that you will get Stormbolt earlier than they typically expect. Bolton Blade is the real one. We'll make another farm. Okay. Once you've skirmished enough with them, Mountain King arrives. You can either start creeping MK, 2 priests. You can either start creeping the MK or Stormbolt and start killing units. Ideally, we creep without our Archmage. We get long rifles, get our priests coming in.
Yes, my friend.
We can get ranged attack upgrade for rifles.
What ails you?
Wait till you see me in action.
What is it now? Is someone injured? As you wish.
And then we either fight with him or we fight over the next thing.
What is it?
Keep making farms. Thunderclap for Mountain King.
What ails you? Right away. What is it now?
We spread damage while Archmage is still here. And then when it looks like things are about to die, we again remove Archmage to solo creep Mountain King. We have Militia on speed dial, so that they can come in and help. Don't waste mana like I did.
My aid required.
We're gonna get priest upgrade.
What ails you?
Job's done. What is it?
Is someone injured? I come. Well, yes, my friend. Is my aid
3 priests, then upgrade.
What ails you?
What is it? Give me some.
Someone injured.
Again, if you can only do MK, that'll be great. Footmen are not important anymore. You're gonna have lost them to an opponent or to creeps, it's fine. You wanna fill up with more quality army. We've avoided vault so far. We can make one now. Now let's look at the game time. 8 minutes.
Is someone injured? Yes,
He can't have bloodlust yet.
Wait till you see me in action.
Walk the night.
On my way till you see me in action. Brilliant.
Always want invul and healing potion on Mountain King. When Archmage gets level 3, we do not take Water Ellie, we take Brilliance.
What ails you? I come.
Now we're going to get Spellbreakers. This is what the shop is for.
Is my aid required?
Wait till you see me in action.
And in fights, we use TP liberally when needed. Against Orc, it's all about dealing damage. It's not necessarily about killing.
Yes, my
So let me show you like an average fight. MK in front, priest to the back. Yes, we do focus fire on grunts, but with clap, we do defensive micro with units for the most part. Focus fire is nice, we get second attack upgrade. Try to never use bolt. A lot of people make the mistake as human to keep spamming Stormbolt. Stormbolt is bad. Club, Thunderclap is good. Now, Stormbolt isn't bad in general. Like it's just when you're fighting against Orc, it's about maximum damage. You compare how much damage Clap does, 110, and this is 200. If you clap 2 targets, you've dealt more damage. Brilliant, second. Of course you can bolt him if you can kill something, but that's the rule. You should only bolt if you can kill something. Now you start breakers. They can steal Bloodlust. 1 breaker will just steal 2 Bloodlust. It's not enough, but that's gonna keep getting made. You don't want to make too many priests. 4 is more than fine. And then clap level 3, and that's what ends the game typically. Look at that beauty. 150 damage, 50% attack slow, 50% attack rate, like a movement slow. And that's how you win. Now, Stormbolt can get used on TC when they have TC in order to suppress their position. So if you cannot use body blocks to stop the TC from getting in the middle of your rifles, you can Stormbolt him to stop him and prevent his first stomp. You can also count the cooldown of his stomp. When you do get stomped once, you can Stormbolt him right before the next stomp comes out to draw out the period where stomp wasn't cast. You'll be delaying it. But if you are MK3, you should be clap 2 and you should be clapping his units, and then every bolt you do is 1 clap less. Spreading damage just applies more pressure. Yeah, because think about it. Most maps don't have a healing fountain. Healing wave is a finite amount of units. They don't have healing wave. Troll regeneration. Now that's a strong counter. I will admit that troll regen is a strong counter to spread damage. But you can still use rifles in Control Group 2 to focus fire down units. You just want to get the best value out of your clap. So the more units you hit, the better. In fights, you'll bring 2 mana pots and an invul. You go in with the MK, he's going to focus it because he can't get to your rifles, generally speaking. So he's going to focus your MK. You use heal pot, invul, whatever you need. You clap twice. After invul runs out, you just TP out before he dies. Now everything he has is like 20% life. You go creep, he goes creep. He has to spend heal salve clarity to repair his health. Double clarity on Farseer TC, double heal salve. Maybe he speed scrolled, maybe he heal scrolled. What do you spend? You're just going to buy more mana pots and you're going to deal damage with that against him again. You're going to creep, but you're immediately ready in creeping shape once again. And if they get Spirit Link, even better. They spread the damage themselves. Sorceresses, you can get a sorceress. They're not as important, but you can get 1 Sorc. I like to get 1 Sorc to control the TC movement a bit. If the map had Healing Fountain, would you still level clap up? You can still do it because Warcraft 3 is a very positional game. So you end up not necessarily always wanting to go to the fountain to stand there and heal up. So if he's very hurt and he goes to the fountain, but there are no creeps nearby, then you're going to take position on the map. You're going to creep other things that have value. And yeah, it won't be good for him. But it's true that fountain is good against clap, but or can't always get there. Can I play Dreadlord? I want to summon Big Boy. Did you ever find out what Blizzard was up to? No, we don't know yet. We don't know why they are working on Warcraft now. You can also open with Lumbermill and Arcane Vault and Regen Scroll, but by making your Arcane Tower after your fast tech and by skipping Arcane Vault and Lumbermill, you get more bang for buck for pure raw army. And because the MK comes out so quick, you can start power leveling him earlier and better. Yes, I'm streaming Age of Empires 2 on Friday. AMA. Ending stream soon. I'm not playing anymore, but we can talk a bit. I want to show you guys the exciting plans for this week. It's going to be a really cool week. Here, check this out. That's me. Anyway, I got distracted, sorry. Just the kids and their toys. Coming up. Today was Warcraft 3 101, and we saw the new classic HD icons. Tomorrow, gonna play some HOTS. Wednesday, I'm bringing back Age of Empires 4. Rediscovering the meta a bit. And this is important because I'm casting on Saturday. Not on my channel, but I'll be hosting it. Thursday, Warcraft 3. And for the first time, without sponsorship, I'm going to willingly play an FPS. I decided there's no reason that I can't become godlike at an FPS. Let's just do it. Let's just become insane in an FPS. And then they'll be talking about us. Remember that RTS tournament winner? That transition to FPS, that was insane. Or at the very least, we'll have a couple of laughs. Which one? I'm not sure. I'm judging currently between Escape from Tarkov Dead by Daylight, but I would need some friends. Or Valorant. Would be easier if you were Swedish or Danish. Ah, too bad. I'm part Frisian. Maybe that helps. Friday, I'm going to be doing Warcraft 3 meets AoE 2 featuring the Viper. The Viper is the Age of Empires 2 biggest champion ever. And he'll be teaching me how to play Age of Empires 2. In return, I'll be teaching him how to do Warcraft 3. I'm not talking about custom games and tower defense and campaign and whatnot. Nah. We're going to jump into the deep end. We're going to teach him how to multiplayer. My goal, and he doesn't know this, but my goal is to get him to 2000 MMR on W3 Champions. He lost in 4 minutes to a 1500 MMR last week. I tried to teach him how to Ancient of War creep, but that was his first game ever. He didn't know the hotkeys and nothing. But he learns fast, he's very smart. He's very good at AoE 2 and AoE 4. I think he can do it. We'll see what race he ends up playing. I may teach him this rifle caster build next time. Yeah, I think it's simpler. Last time we discussed a lot, you know, how the game works, but now we can get to a deeper part already. I'll donate $100 if he makes 2K. Cool. I'll remember that, iconic man. You're not gonna teach him the power of the Horde? I could. I think he should play one every time, like one race, one game per race, so that he can figure out which one he likes the best. I would recommend the same to anyone. Human is easier to transition from AoE? I think so, because Human is the only race that can power build. And that you can do that in AoE as well. And it's a macro race. He said he wants to play a macro race. When we spoke in real life in March, he's like, which ones are the most like Age of Empires with macro? Because that's how he plays in Age of Empires. So I said Human and Elf. He tried Elf, he tried Human. I think it's good. Orc is the least like Age of Empires. And we don't want any more elves, so maybe Human. Will Neff is very freaking funny. Oh, Reset. Yeah, he's quite a character. So, we're playing Warcraft 3 and Age of Empires on Friday. And then Saturday, Sunday, I'm casting the Red Bull Wololo Legacy qualifier. That starts at 5 o'clock. If it ends early enough, I'll still stream early. Like if it ends early enough, I'll still stream that night. And if it doesn't, that'll be what I do that weekend. Yeah, we didn't get to talk as much, but it was cool to meet him, Bomiosa.
Teach him what the paladin does though. Quite quote him from last time. You can control the paladin. I don't understand his abilities.
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, he went triple hero. I mean, it's pretty hard to understand Holy Light and D-Shield. Okay, guys. I'll see you next time. Tomorrow, HOTS. More Warcraft on Thursday. And Age of Empires on Wednesday. Have a great night. You enjoyed the stream today? You may have said third hero. Awesome. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging.